The reason I've asked you to come out here today is because a matter of great importance and public interest has arisen, and I think it's important for everyone to have a certain amount of transparency as to what's actually going on in this case. I will start by saying this is not something I do often. I think this case is equally important to everyone, because if this is the type of conduct and these are the type of things that are done in this case when everyone is watching, you can only imagine what's being done when no one is watching. And I think these cases are incredibly important for that. But in this case, I certainly hope that if there's any ambiguities, that they clear them up immediately, that they explain why they didn't record that meeting, why they didn't file a police report on that meeting, why Detective Johns is lying about speaking to a person when in fact he actually did, lying as to why she changed her number when in fact she still to this day has not changed her number. There's no reason any of these things could have had to have occurred in this case. If they really have a case, if their case is as open and shut as they say it is, to the point where they're confident enough to seek the ultimate penalty of death, then none of this should be going on. None of this. And the fact.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. Shanna Gardner's case. Why aren't people talking about this and talking about it from a standpoint of what the fuck? I have no problem saying that. What the hell is going on? Jose Baez came out back in 2024, took to those steps and said, listen, it is your journalistic responsibility. Okay, if you want to be covering this case, you need to ask the tough questions. We are not throwing softballs. We don't do that here. We do not take the popular route. We are simply covering cases that are not the open and shut cases here. Truth and Transparency does not cover cases to watch in a courtroom exactly how things should play out, because that means justice is happening, correct? That is correct. We cover cases where, wait, hold on, what's going on here? That's why when you see the cases that I cover and people are like, Lana, you're always supporting yada, 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 and yada, yada, yada. Well, no shit. I'm always covering cases. So if you want to call that supporting, go right ahead. I put the I where the I needs to be. Okay? That's what I do. This is a case out of Florida. Jose Baez is representing Shanna Gardner. Now, we finally, thanks to, we're sending out a bunch of now FOIA requests out of Duval, but we have the entire 2 recorded interviews of Kim Jensen, the funeral potatoes. Detective Lamont, Detective Johns tried to say that Shanna Gardner was conspiring with a woman from her church, okay, who had known Jared Bridegan's family prior to ever knowing Shanna Gardner, since Jared was like a kid. That they are trying to go at this woman. Her name is Kim Jensen, and tried to say that she was a co-conspirator for having text messages in 2015 and 2016 about funeral potatoes. Okay, about, oh, do you know a magician? Can you make him disappear? All of these things that you would see in people going back and forth in a divorce right as it's happening. They were divorced for 7 years. Jared then is ambushed. But what Jose Baez is talking about right here is that they then had Kim Jensen back in after these 2 recorded interviews that we're about to watch in their entirety, and I'm only going to speed them up 1.25. Jose Baez is talking about, you guys had another interview with her in and at the prosecutor's office. You didn't record it. And that's where you guys threatened her. Okay. This is wild. Wild. There's LOLs written after text messages and in grand jury proceedings, not talking about that there was an LOL after that text message. Misrepresenting evidence, fabricating evidence, misleading the tribunal. These are all things that are a huge no-no. But this was nothing compared to then what really the biggest travesty here of it all is that they got a man, Henry Tennant, to false confess and saying that he was the shooter when they knew he was not. But hey, if this is what we have to do in order to get these other people, sure, okay, we'll let him say that we'll let him say that he's the shooter. Henry Tennant knows nothing. They knew that he knew nothing. They arrested him 6 months before they made any arrest in the case of Jared Bridegan on a bogus traffic stop, and then charged him with a bogus gun violation of an antique gun. Now, welcome to Not Taking the Guided Tour. Again, this is Shanna Gardner, Kim Jensen's video interview with detectives. What I'm first going to do is give a shout out to Anjanette Levy over there. She does an episode with Long Crime Fix. I'm going to use a blurb from hers. And then I want to give a shout out to Pink Dino Media out of Salt Lake. 6 days ago, she uploaded the 2 in their entirety video interviews, audio and video, of Kim Jensen, funeral potatoes woman. Okay. She was interviewed in March of 2022 and then interviewed again in May of 2022. We're going to listen to both of them. We are going to remove this, add this to the stage. Here is Anjanette Levy's clip because.
And she said, Jared's dead. And I said, I'm sorry, what?
That's Kim Jensen, the best friend of Shanna Gardner, answering questions after the murder of Shanna's ex-husband, Microsoft executive Jared Bridegan. And Jensen, she doesn't hold back.
Jared was just, he was always.
And there was more than one interview.
But I mean, social media has gone viral with all of this.
I go through Kim Jensen's interviews and why they matter in this murder case. I'm Anjanette Levy, and this is Crime Fix. I have to tell you.
All right, giving props there to Anjanette.
Jensen's police interview with Bridegan were once solicitation of a case.
Here we go.
Shanna Gardner and her estranged.
This is what I wanted to give her props for. This is her quick overview of, hey, in a snippet, this is the case. Okay.
Husband, Mario Fernandez, February 2023. I'll show those to you in just a little bit. But first, I want to just give you a quick recap of the case. Shanna Gardner and her estranged husband, Mario Fernandez Saldana, were arrested and charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation to commit a capital felony, and child abuse in the February 2022 shooting death of Jared Bridegan. Shanna and Jared Bridegan were once married, and they had twins, a boy and a girl. The marriage and the divorce were contentious. Custody of the children was a major issue. Both Gardner and Fernandez have pleaded not guilty to the charges. Prosecutors say Gardner and Fernandez Saldana hired Henry Tennant, a tenant of Fernandez's, to shoot and kill Jared Bridegan. Jared was shot and killed after dropping off his twins. He was driving home with his toddler daughter strapped in a car seat. Police said he got out of his car in Jacksonville Beach to remove a tire from the middle of the road, and that is when he was shot. Tennant had pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, admitting that he was the person who shot Bridegan. He agreed to cooperate with prosecutors and testify against both Gardner and Fernandez Saldana. Prosecutors produced checks that they said Fernandez had written to Tennant after the murders as evidence of a payoff for the hit. But then, in January 2025, an about-face from Henry Tennant came when he said his testimony was false, and he asked for a new lawyer. The judge granted his motion to withdraw his guilty plea in February 2026. So now, Henry Tennant, he's going on trial. The state attorney says Shanna Gardner had a deep hatred for her ex and planned to kill him for years. Recently, prosecutors released text messages that they plan to use at trial, in which they claim Gardner's friends talked in code about her desire to see Jared dead. Some of those texts were more direct than that. This text exchange between Shanna and Kim Jensen is from May 2015. Shanna wrote, "I'm just not having a good day." Kim Jensen responded, "Don't write the day off as bad yet. I'm still trying to send stupid to prison." She added, "If I can't make a casserole, prison is the next best option." There are more text messages, some from 2016, where prosecutors.
You guys, 2015 text messages. Okay. 2015 text messages. This was in 2022. And this was between Gardner and her best friend.
Say the women spoke in code. On July 17th, 2016, Kimmy wrote, "Shanna needs a guy." A woman named Susan Lee responded, "What kind of guy?" Kimmy responded, "The kind that performs permanent disappearing acts on certain people."
Okay, so listen to this. This is what would happen. The prosecutors and the detectives never once talked to Susan Lee. Never brought her in for an interview. They acted like they lied and said, oh, she like got a new number, all this crazy ass shit, right? They never turned any of this over to the defense prior to an Arthur hearing. It was nuts. Anyway, you slice and dice it. These women were never asked about this back and forth, especially Susan Lee. And then when they never recorded the conversations. Unbelievable. Who would ever call somebody in there was no police reports about it. Who would ever have somebody come in for an interview, never write up a report, and never record it? Raise your hand. If you guys are if you guys have been following my coverage with the Idaho 4 case, this is the case for you when you're talking about corruption. If you want to see how agencies work together and how agencies work together to bury things and exclude things and what they want to turn over to the defense and what order they want to turn things over and what stuff they never try to turn over, this is the case for you. Also, if you want to know about the timing advance with AT&T Timing Advanced, this is the case for you. It's going to be proven in this case that timing advance records existed past 7 fucking days. The other thing that you would like, if you've been watching my Karen Reed coverage, in the Karen Reed coverage, if you guys are all about the Life 360 data to do with Allie McCabe and Jen McCabe's stuff, well, guess what? This is the case for you, because in this case, we are going to see somebody testify that Life 360 in 2022, this is John O'Keefe and Jared Bridegan were literally just 17 days from each other in a calendar. John was killed 1/29/2022. Jared Bridegan, February 16th, 2022. So literally just days, 3 weeks apart. Both cases using Life 360. Well, guess what? Life 360 back in 2022 was, in this case, according to this people that are going to testify, was off on Google timestamps in actual time anywhere between 12 minutes and 26 minutes. That matters when you're talking about everything to do with the timestamps that they want to use in the Karen Reed case.
Kimmy added, "Know any magicians?" Susan Lee responded, "Ah, magician. No, that I do not. For stupid?" she asked. Kimmy responded, "I was thinking Thomas, LOL." Susan Lee.
See that LOL? I was thinking Thomas, LOL. When Detective Johns got on the stand and testified, they left out the LOL. Yeah, he didn't say it, and they left it out of the text exchange. Like the exhibit. Now, the reason that Jose Baez could not argue any of this during that proceeding that we've all watched back in the day is because Jose Baez did not have this material, because they kept it from the defense. This week, Shanna Gardner is back in court tomorrow, I believe. Mario Saldana back in court because Mario, they've now since taken away the death penalty. They're claiming mercy. Yeah, no, you have nothing. Your ass is... They needed to focus on this case. You know how much time goes into prosecuting a case for the death penalty? You know how many extra motions and research and a ton. In fact, the defense, they filed all their stuff to like go heavy at X, Y, and Z. The prosecution had filed nothing. So the prosecutors say, okay, hey, we're going to just, because they need to focus on their case, because their case is crumbling. And they knew it was crumbling because they always knew that Henry Tenen wanted to get back into the courtroom. Because his little, I did it, oh yeah, I'm the shooter. He has been itching for 2 years to get back into that courtroom because they never sentenced him, which why would you ever do that? Well, because they knew that if the moment that we bring him in the courtroom, he is going to be screaming from high waters that I gave false testimony. I don't want this deal. I didn't shoot anybody. I was coerced because I was told I was going to die, that they are going to kill me.
He responded, "He isn't a magician, but I'll ask if he knows any." Susan added, I'm sure her ex knows a few. Now, we've heard about these text messages and read about them, but now we're actually seeing them. And these texts, remember, are from 2016.
Again, I'm giving a shout out to Anjanette Levy. I was like, Anjanette, cover the Shanna Gardner case. Guess who's Shanna Gardner's new attorney? Diane. I was like, we're covering the Tepe murders case. Okay. I was like, that's Michael McKee's attorney in Columbus. Okay. So Shanna Gardner has on her defense Patrick Crody, Jose Baez, and now Diane Menchie. Holy shit. Okay. Those three plus people's, and then plus everybody that obviously the rest of their team, their researchers, their paralegals, all that stuff. That team is better, hands down, better than Karen Reed had. Okay. Better. Timeline wise, Diane is one of the most timeline oriented humans who's a lawyer. That's how I am. You have to start with this timeline. Jose Baez brought her on because they did a case back actually here in Columbus. William Hustle, the doctor. We need somebody. This is a very, very complex case, but there's multiple timelines going on, multiple agencies. We need her. We need her because she is so detailed that she is going to be able to articulate it to the jury, most importantly, and make it make sense when she's talking to the witnesses and getting them to answer accordingly.
Prosecutors believe these show that Shanna Gardner had murder on her mind for many years. On the same day, another set of text messages between Shanna and Kimmy were released. Shanna wrote, I'm at church. I'm fabulous, with a straight face emoji, my favorite place on earth. Kimmy
2016.
Kimmy responded, deep breaths. It's going to be okay. I'll talk to you as soon as you get out. Just breathe. You'll work out all of that frustration at the gym later. And then part of the text is blacked out as a redaction citing an active criminal investigation. Kimmy then typed, he hates him. Kimmy added, if not, I know Sue's husband knows people, LOL. Shanna responded, just when I think doing this whole 1 week off/on thing is a good idea, it gives me such great pleasure imagining slitting his throat. Prosecutors are planning to show these texts to the jury to show that Shanna really wanted Jared out of the way for a very, very long time. A little less than 3 months.
There he is, Detective Lamont. We get a first look at him, and now Detective John's going to come in. Now, this is where we're going to switch gears here, and we are going to bring in, here it is, Murder on My Mind. Again, give a shout out to Pink Dino Media. In its entirety, the police interview. So the first one was May 6th, 2022. I think I said March when I first spoke. This is Detective Lamont. Yes, I'm accusing him. I have no problem saying this. I'm accusing him of being a Keystone detective with questionable ethics. I'm questioning his ethics. Okay. I am questioning his integrity. That is Detective Lamont. Detective Lamont found the tire just waiting for him at Henry Tennant's house 6 months after the murder. Just that tire. Remember that tire? Detective Lamont. Now, here is Detective Johns. I don't have to question his integrity. I know what he did in that proceeding. And he 1000% has no problem lying and fabricating and manipulating evidence and doing so in concert with the prosecution because those two were dancing up there. And then here is Kim Jensen.
Definitely want my partner, okay? Sit right there. You get the comfy couch.
Oh, thanks.
Now I put these on 1.25 speed.
How's your day going?
Good.
So I'm sure you know this is about Jared and what happened to him.
Yeah.
Someone had said that you knew Jared even before Shanna. Is that correct or no?
Oh, I've known Jared and his family since he was like 12 or 13 years old.
Okay.
Whenever they moved to Jacksonville from wherever they moved, we were never close, but
Yeah.
I've known him since he was a kid. I knew the girls that he dated when he was a teenager. I knew, you know what I mean? Like I've known that family for probably 20 years.
Okay. Are you? Do you go to the same church as them? You're
Yeah.
the same ward?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about Jared and his family, from what you can remember. Anything stand out?
We were never friends. I knew his mother. I was friendly. I'm one of those people that I'm just, what you see is what you get.
Uh-huh.
I'm real. If I don't like you, I won't be friends with you,
Yeah.
but I will be kind. You know what I mean? Like I'll say good morning and keep on walking down the hall of the church, whatever.
Of course.
So I knew his family from a distance. I did attend a baby shower or two that maybe his mom hosted at their home.
Mm-hmm.
But we were never close by any means. Jared was he was kind of quiet as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
He never had a lot of friends. The girls he dated in the church, two things that I remember always: never dated a girl that wasn't loaded with money, and never did end the relationship that everyone talked about what a jerk he was.
Mm-hmm.
He was the guy that broke the girls' hearts. He was, you know, he puts on, you know what I mean? He would be nice at first, and then the real Jared would come out.
Okay.
When then I met Shanna, I knew about Shanna when he married her, because his mom was so excited because she was, you know, from this rich family, and you know their life was going to be so great and blah blah blah. And then she had twins and ended up having pulmonary hypertension, and they had to move to Florida. So I met Shanna about maybe 8.5 years ago.
Okay.
And I have twins. So, and she actually was one of my teenage daughter's teachers in the youth program.
Okay.
And so she and I got to be friends while she was still married to Jared, because number one, I knew his family. Number two, I felt sorry for her that she married him. Number three, she taught my kid, and we kind of had that common bond with the twin thing.
Gotcha.
So that's how she and I became friends.
Okay.
And then as time went on, probably within a year of them moving here, like she and I became better and better friends. And now, you know, I probably talk to Shanna 5-6 times a week, maybe every day.
Okay, so you say you guys are really good friends.
We're really good friends.
Yeah.
We're really good friends. I was one of the few people who stood beside her when they got divorced.
Okay, so now imagine this. It's May. Jared was murdered February. So you have half of February, March, and April. And then you have May 6th. Mario and Gardner, Shanna, had already been interviewed. Okay. Their devices had already been downloaded. Okay. So they've already talked to Shanna Gardner's mom and dad. You know, Jared's wife, Jared's brothers. Now at this point in May, they've already subpoenaed and are already looking into John Biggerstaff based on phone records of who Mario Saldana called like the day after or the day before the murder. Okay. So here's Kim Jensen. Remember, just so I can lay that out for you guys, where she's falling in on things where, you know, what has already kind of happened. So it's three months later after the first time that they talked to her. First time that they talked to this woman who is Shanna Gardner's best friend. Murder was February 16th. May 6th. Think about that like in the Idaho 4 case.
When the divorce happened, like I knew that she was going to tell him kind of a thing. I knew he was going to flip out, just because of the personality that I had always remembered or whatever. He went around and he accused her of having an affair to everyone. And the way it worked was, at the very beginning, the kids would be with her from, you know, for 2 days, and then they kept them at the home. And then for 3 days, she'd have them. And then it kind of went back and forth on a 2-3 kind of thing. And the days that she did not have the children, she oftentimes spent the night at my house. And he was running telling her, oh, she's off. She didn't come home last night. She's sleeping with it. And she was on my couch. She was sleeping with anybody. So
that's called a nesting situation, guys. The divorce is going to come up a lot in this case. The nesting situation is where the kids never leave the home, and you leave. The other parent is there at the house for their days, and then when it's not your days, then like you leave and you go stay somewhere else. And that can be expensive if you don't have family or money. I mean, you'd get like a second apartment, or if all the family's around, like you would stay like your family's house for like the couple days that you don't.
It was not hard for me to
That's called nesting.
stand by her because I knew where she was, but she was with me most of the time. We kind of like adopted her and the kids, and so that's how she and I became better friends than we were, and why we are good friends today.
Gotcha.
So
Gotcha. You made a comment that you were kind of sorry she married Jared. What do you mean by that?
only because anyone that I had known that he'd ever dated would always end up where the girl was hurt.
Gotcha. Okay, so he's got a track record of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
His track record was hurting girls and never dating anyone that had money. In fact, it was always interesting because I always thought he had an algorithm or something for it. You know what I mean? Like, how does a dude go for 3 girls in a row that have a freaking trust fund? Like, how does any guy get that lucky? How does anyone get that? You know what I mean? Like, it almost makes you think he's got a system, or, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I just don't think anyone is that good of luck.
Okay. Okay. Or your perception of his other brothers?
I only vaguely knew Justin, and only because Justin was older. And I mean, Jared was the youngest. I never knew the sister, Ashley.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even ever remember her. She may have been like gone before they moved. Like, I have zero memory of her.
Gotcha.
Other than throughout the years, like, she would come visit and this is our daughter Ashley. And it's like, she looks just like her mom. So, you know what I mean? It was easy to see that.
How about this, guys? I've been on this case since day one. Wait, Jared has a sister? I knew about Jared's brother, Justin, and about Adam. Wait, Ashley? Ashley's not even interviewed. I can't find Ashley anywhere in the discovery. Also, Jared's parents, they weren't interviewed. And if they were, I don't have that.
But I never knew her. Justin married Gwen and had the little boy, and I think they were living in North Carolina, and then they moved back. And so they were in the ward at church for a brief period of time. She was a teacher in the little kids program, and I was over that program, so I got to know her, but I only knew who he was. I know he would give a talk and he was a good speaker. Do you know what I mean? But I never knew Justin.
Yeah.
Adam was married to Carly, who they were in the ward for some time.
This is Mormons. Okay.
She worked in the youth program with my oldest daughter, and they were very good friends. I always thought Adam was gay. His job, he was a manny. He like babysat, and even married, you're babysitting. You know what I mean? Like, that was just weird to me. Like, I would never leave my children with a guy. Even if, you know what I mean? Even if I knew you at church, like, that's just weird to me. Yeah. And so I always thought he was weird. Like, he's very nice, but that always struck me as weird. Any guy that has babysitter as your job is weird to me. But I might be a little touchy. I don't know.
Fucking talker.
I'm just being honest.
I just don't. You guys, though, come on. Be honest. I know a lot of you guys would be thinking the same thing. How many of you guys had men babysitters for your children? Okay. I'm just saying, think about it. She's just saying what a lot of y'all have. Raise your hand if you've had a man babysitter.
Honest.
No, I totally understand.
So
you're friends with Shanna. You kind of see what's going on with Jared and her. You know, what, in your opinion, like, what was kind of the cause of their divorce?
So he was like, I used to go over the house, and like, he was very antisocial. Like, he didn't, if I went over, so I could walk. We both lived in Ponte Vedra. It was a long walk, but I could walk from my house to hers in about half an hour. So sometimes, I'm gonna go for a walk in the evening. I'd go over there, hang out, maybe I'd walk back, maybe she'd drive me home, whatever.
In those Shanann flip-flops.
I'd walk in and he would instantly go to his bedroom.
Okay.
Anytime I was there during the day, he had zero engagement or involvement. He pretty much stayed in his bedroom unless it was time to eat or he had to come out for some reason. He pretty much stayed in his bedroom. He was on his laptop. He never worked the entire time they were married. Mm-hmm. That to me is a red flag. You got a husband that doesn't work. You know what I mean? You married the rich girl and now you don't work. Right. And the family did give stipends for education. Mm-hmm. Education is very important to Shanna's family. And so if either of you were in school, you got a monthly stipend that would cover your expenses. So nobody had to work, but he kept himself in school. You know what I mean? It was the bachelor's, then it was the master's. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, he kept himself in school to not work. Gotcha. I always thought he was lazy. He's very much like his father. I know that when they were going through the divorce, his mother tried to be my friend. Mm-hmm. which I found funny because
She is just spilling the tea. Remember, I have this on 1.25 speed.
you're just fishing. You just want me to give you something that will help him, kind of a thing.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it was so obvious. Like, we've never been friends in, 16 years, and now all of a sudden you want to be my friend. That's
Gotcha.
just kind of weird.
Gotcha.
It was like, oh, how's Shanna? I'm like, you don't care. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
so I was very surface stuff. Oh, she's fine. She's doing fine. And so I don't know. So he would, things, just little things. She would cook meals. You know what I mean? Like, she was the typical mom. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
She took care of everybody. She took care of everything. She did all the things. And, he came out for food. But zero, like I said, just the interaction with the kids just wasn't there. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, from the videos that are being shown on the news and articles or whatever, he has evolved a little bit as and become a better parent than he started out.
Right.
I believe people could change.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much.
Not a single note yet.
I believe he changed. I believe he changed his public persona.
Gotcha.
If I'm, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, but like I said, this is all conjecture too. You know what I mean? Like,
Of course.
I didn't live with him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he would do things like we came in one time and there was a box of like hair dye on the counter. And I was like, that's weird for a place for it. And she texted me later and said, he told me he thought I would look better if my hair was this color. Like, just that was Jared.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to give you a hint.
Kinda,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, Jared was just an ass. He was always an ass. You know what I mean? Like, even if he didn't yell, like, there was always I'm an ass undertone with Jared.
Gotcha.
He was like that with church. Like I said, even people at church where, that's supposed to be your place where, friends and family come and, you know what I mean? You worship, you do whatever. Like, he was always on his phone. He didn't
Standoffish.
engage in conversation. Like, there might be one or two people who actually were his friend.
Gotcha.
And it's just so funny to me because even people that I know who completely despised him, now they're all talking about him like he was this saint. And I'm just like, y'all don't remember what you actually know? You know what I mean? Like, but I don't know if people are just fake or, you know what I mean? It's a sad story, so you're sharing it everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what people's motives are, or if you think that's your duty because you knew him. You know what I mean? But it's just kind of comical to me watching some of the people who are so over the top on things. And I'm thinking, he hurt your daughter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's things in my head to go through, like, you know what I mean? If someone hurt my kid the way he hurt some of these people's kids, I just can't imagine having the position. You know what I mean? It's sad we want it solved, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to be your biggest cheerleader here.
Right.
Because I really don't have any skin in the game.
I understand. So what would you say what would you see kind of happen since you're so close to it after their divorce? How was Shanna? What was her demeanor? And...
So Shanna, after the divorce, Shanna struggled hard emotionally. She struggled hard emotionally. She had 3 jobs. He continued to not work. I think their divorce was final like in July, maybe. It was 7 years ago, but I think it was July was the month that it was final. And she had 3 jobs. He had a job. Actually, I take that back. He got a job once she filed for divorce.
Gotcha.
And then as soon as the divorce proceedings were going and child support came up, he emailed his boss because
Okay, so check this out. I have the entire divorce proceedings. Every single filing. She is not lying about any of this. If you go back and watch my earlier episodes, I think I put it out there. Their divorce is not what anybody thinks. When this actually hits and it's in trial, people are going to be shocked, but I want to see how people cover it. Okay. Jared left Florida and went to Utah to go find another wife.
lawyer was able to get HR records, emailed his boss and said he was no longer able to work because of his personal situation. However, he did continue to work and they paid him under the table. He just didn't want it to look like he worked on paper, so he wouldn't be charged with child support because he was bitter that her family had money and he didn't think he should have to pay child support when her family was rich.
Gotcha.
This is all going to come out. It's accurate.
But they were his kids, not her family's kids. So, you know what I mean? Like that,
Yeah,
that whole,
yeah.
you know what I mean? You're a dad, that's your job.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? You pay for the kids. She worked 3 jobs. She was exhausted. She put the kids in like a daycare. They used to go to it was right over in Ponte Vedra by Publix. It was like I don't think it was like in Sawgrass. In November, she was so grateful because he emailed or texted her. He refused to speak to her ever. There was zero verbal communication between the two of them, probably in the whole time that they were divorced.
Yeah.
That's accurate.
He left. He was leaving the state. He was going to Utah. Said he'd taken a job or something, but really he was on the prowl for another girl. And so he was gonna. The deal was if she would sign a change in parenting agreement, and she would agree to let him see the kids every other weekend, he was going to fly back and see them. He would, we would be good. We just agree to this. We don't have to do lawyers. We'll just agree to this, get it notarized, file it with court. We're done.
Yeah.
So she did it. She was so grateful. But then it was, he's going to FaceTime the kids every single day. And, he would tell them, oh, Dad's coming into town. I'm going to bring you so many presents. And then, he didn't come.
Right.
He would, I'm busy at work. You know what I mean? So it was like, he would build the kids up and try to get them so excited to see him. And then I think he ended up coming maybe like 5 or 6 times.
Okay.
So during that time when he was gone, life was much better other than the FaceTimes were just disruptive to they were 3.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
kind of young to be FaceTiming. Yeah.
Every day was just, FaceTime's great. I think you need to see your kids, but every day was just much, and so anyway, so her attorney filed something. We found out where he was working. And I think his mom blurted it out in church one day. And I was like, I know where he works.
See, she just has no filter. I love it. She's like, dude, somebody that's guilty and then is conspiring. This is how you think that they behave. She's like, yeah, his mom blurted out at church and I found out where he works. And see how she's using the pronouns we. Okay. She's like, I helped Shanann do this.
And so her attorney emailed and found out that he was out there and he was working and he was making like $90,000 a year.
This is accurate. This is straight from the fucking papers.
And here she is working 3 jobs. He's paying.
She was
For nothing. She told him the kids were in preschool, and he was like, oh, I'm barely making anything. I just, if I'm to be able to afford to fly there, I'm not gonna be able to afford to pay whatever. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So like he sent $0 and he's out there living large and come to find out so she starts prying around, her attorney starts prying around. They're going to file something for child support to quit like that. Quit his job.
He quit his job. He quit his job. That's fact.
Quit his job and was going to move back to Florida and came back with a new girl in tow.
Fact. He was engaged before he got married to Kirsten.
And then life became.
And then this girl that he was engaged to, she then calls up Gardner one night and goes over to her house and is like, help me, I need to get the hell out of here. Wild.
Hell again. But because they had filed this thing with the court that only gave him the right to see the kids every other weekend, he thought he was going to come back and instantly it would go back to mine for 2 days, yours for 3. You know what I mean? And then you got that kind of a thing. And so it turned into this big kerfuffle.
The 2-3-2 schedule is you're rotating your days, your schedule. Like who could ever even do that? 2-2-3-3, which is also 5. You could look at it, the 5-2-2-5. But it should be always about the kids, whatever is best for the kids. I hate when people use their kids as fucking pawns, man. All right. And I will fucking call that shit out until I'm blue in the fucking face.
She was withholding the children. He was going to have her arrested for kidnapping. He wanted to see them when he wanted to see them. And she was like, sorry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She was following what was currently filed with the court, and I realized that has gotten spun in a different way all through the news. But that's what happened. That's the truth.
It is the truth. So thank you, Kim Jensen, for laying it all out there. And look at these guys.
No, I understand.
I understand. Like you're asking her, look at this guy looking at his watch. Like, are you guys even paying attention to what she's saying?
He thought he was gonna come back and was just gonna go back to
Yeah. I'm back in town. You know what I mean? And I'm still
That's
not
not how it works in the courts. Once you go to the courts with your kids, that's not how it works.
paying for anything. And you know what I mean? And I mean, not that paying for anything had anything to do with seeing your kids, but the current thing filed with the court said you get them every other weekend.
Yes.
You get them from like Saturday morning to Sunday night. That's what the thing said. Or maybe it was Friday. I think it was Saturday morning because he would get in late on Friday when he had to come. So, but I mean,
They fucking threatened this woman and had these big old poster signs of those text messages that we all saw in the beginning up on the walls when they brought her in a not recorded one, and was threatening her with conspiracy to commit murder.
was never.
That's why the charging documents, that's why the bill of particulars that Mario's team is talking about. When is this conspiring going on? You have all these different dates. You're saying Mario didn't even know Gardner in 2015 and 2016. So Shanna Gardner is conspiring with all these random people to say, hey, come on, who's going to kill Jared? With a church woman right here too. Like, hey.
A custody battle. I mean, that was determined at the divorce. It was 50-50. The only thing that ever changed with custody was they realized that as the kids got older, I think by the time they were 4, the 2-day, 3-day, the kids never knew, even at school, am I going home with mom? Am I going home with dad? Like it got too hard on them doing too many switches too soon. And so they themselves decided to try week on, week off.
Right.
With a date night on Wednesday in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And
which becomes really important, okay? Because Jared is killed on the date night on Wednesday. Okay, so this would be somebody that knows his schedule. He's dropping off the twins after their date night, and he's driving back home, and that's where the ambush then happens, and he's gunned down and shot.
They put that in practice for a few months to just try it out, and the kids were happier. They were happier. That midweek breakup gave the other parent to see them. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then but that was just between them. And so he would try to hold her hostage over that. It was like, okay, well, I have something coming up, and if you don't agree to make this timeshare switch or this week switch, the kids won't be available on date night. And so he always tried to use the kids to get what he wanted from her.
Like a leveraging tool, kind of.
Yeah, like he used them like pawns.
Yeah.
And so I said, take him back to court and make it permanent. It's working. We got work. If the judge signs it, then he can't hold date night hostage. Yeah. It just is what it is, and he'll have to abide by it. He always tried to take that off the table. Always, through all, as the kids get older, they're going to have extracurriculars. It's not going to be feasible. And her thing, everything he ever threw at her was, she would go to the kids and she would say, do you guys like date night? Do you want to do date night? Yes, Mom. She's like, okay. And so she would fight. If they wanted it, she fought for it. Yeah. To me, like Shanna was always like the best example of a mom because she always put her kids first. Mm-hmm. If it was important to them, she fought for it. If it was something they didn't care about, it's not worth fighting for it because they don't care. You know what I mean?
Right.
Her kids' mental and emotional and physical well-being was always her number one priority. Always.
Just to kind of back you up a little bit here. I'm sorry, I've been thinking of questions and I want to ask them. I don't want to forget. What was your thought about when Shanna decided that she kind of wanted to leave the church?
Like I said, you probably interviewed a lot of church people.
Actually, no, really.
No,
haven't.
You haven't? Okay.
Yeah, they haven't done shit. Go on.
For me, I think there are good people and bad people in every church, every industry, every business, everything. You know what I mean?
Dude, fucking love her, right? Amen. I think there's good people and bad people. It doesn't matter where. Good and bad teachers, good and bad cops, good and bad. It is what it is. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm not one of those people that I'm only going to be your friend if you go to church with me.
Gotcha.
I'm one of those people that if you don't go to church with me, I'm not going to not be your friend.
Yeah.
If I'm your friend, it's because I genuinely like you and I'm your friend. Mm-hmm. I stuck with Shanna regardless of that. I was a little bit sad because I felt like she left the church because she was trying to disassociate herself with anything that reminded her of him.
Gotcha.
He always acted like church was the most important thing to him. Mm-hmm. But when he had the kids, they would come back and they would say, she would say, oh, what'd you guys do with Dad this weekend? Did you go to church? No, Dad said it was closed. And she would text me and she'd be like, what? And I'm like, well, it's open. I was there. You know what I mean? So like, they were 3. He could get away with saying whatever he wanted to. You know what I mean? So, I didn't really, think anything. I knew her
Well,
parents
during
were sad.
COVID,
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I mean, when you're raised in any religion or any culture, and that's been all you've known your whole life, I'm sure there's a heaviness or a sadness in your parents when you stray away from that.
Of course, absolutely.
But it didn't really affect me because I genuinely loved Shanna.
Yeah. And you said Shanna was working 3 jobs. Were her parents like kind of helping her out, or?
No, her parents had stopped helping her out. They kind of cut her off because I mean he wasn't in school, so the stipend was off.
Mhm.
She considered going to school to get the stipend.
Yeah.
However, she had twin toddlers. You know what I mean? It was hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so she was kind of one of those things where it was like, I don't need anybody else. I'm strong.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I mean, she worked at Publix, she worked at the YMCA, she worked at she would like meal prep for people, and like she'd come into your house and she'd meal prep you for a week. You know what I mean? She put some in the freezer, some in the fridge, and then you'd just pop it out and you'd cook it.
Gotcha.
And so she was constantly, if she wasn't at one, she was at the other. If she wasn't at that one, she was asleep on the couch. You know what I mean? It was like it was one of those things where she ran herself ragged trying to make ends meet for the kids so that she could give them what they needed and what they wanted.
Gotcha.
Because she was kind of running solo at that point.
Gotcha.
I think her parents cut her off because they weren't in favor of divorce, and I don't think they wanted to believe that he was as horrible as she said, that he was as manipulative and narcissistic as she said.
Right.
But then as they saw the emails and the texts and the nastiness that came out, he even tried to sue them when they got divorced.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to sue them. He wanted them to continue paying to finish his master's degree. And he also pulled a stunt where he tried to sue them because he had been married to her when I think it was over their life insurance policy. He wanted to still be entitled to that when they died because he had been married to Shanna. And, their attorney was like, you're an idiot. You know what I mean? Like, you're not the spouse. You know what I mean? Like, you have no claim on, the parents. But I mean, it was always about money with him.
Gotcha.
That's what drove him. He tried to create an app. I think it was called Mezzy. My kid had a shirt from him. He gave it all the girls. They would come over to Shanna's and sleep over, and he was the husband, and they all had these Mezzy shirts. And I know that they had taken, I think, $100,000 or $150,000 of her trust, her savings or something. And
make an app. Yeah, he did. It was borrowed or something. It was just given to him.
And the parents had given him another $150,000. I don't know how much it costs to start an app,
Right.
but it never launched, and $300,000 was tanked into it doing something.
Gotcha.
That's what I want to know what it was all about. I'm looking into that. That is something I'm looking into very, very much so about this app. Okay. Let me tell you about this app. Okay.
I don't know.
Did through all the issues with visitations and going back and forth and date night and all that stuff, did you ever see where like was either one that come maybe trying to like gain more custody over the kids, or?
I think both would have been happier if they could have, but I mean, it's Florida. I mean, you pretty parent in jail or have a mom for a crack whore. I mean, it's 50-50. It is what it is. You know what I mean? And like her lawyer.
Have a mom for a crack whore? I mean, it's Florida, you guys. It's 50-50. Like, know where you live, right? Oh my God, you guys. If you don't love Kim Jensen, like, I'm getting a Kim Jensen t-shirt, man. House long until Kim Jensen's on the stand. Fucking A. Love this broad. Love her.
Told her, this parenting plan, this consent final date, the CFJ, this is your Bible till they're 18.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, what you wanted and what was possible, you know what I mean? It wasn't the same. I mean, he always tried to. He was very accusatory. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if you're dating someone, they're not good. You know what I mean? They're not allowed to FaceTime if you're with anyone but yourself. You know what I mean? Like he was always. He tried to control the situation and her life, even outside of marriage.
Mm-hmm.
He has this need for control.
Well, why do you think that is? Why do you think he was trying to control her and like had all these rules about the FaceTime and all that?
Because he's a narcissist. His mother, she'll tell you, he's just like his father. He's very controlling. He's a narcissist.
Mm-hmm.
They went to therapy. They went to a church therapist, which always makes me laugh because you go to a church therapist, you can get a Sunday school answer and they'll say, check you pass. You know what I mean? Like go to a real therapist to make you do the work. You know what I mean? Like I'm never a fan of church therapists, whatever that actually means.
Love it. Absolutely. This is fucking straight gold.
But they went to one and she saw it straight away.
Mm-hmm.
He's definitely a narcissist.
Yeah.
He always had to be in control. He had to be in control of the story. I'm the victim. She cheated on me. No one else would leave me for any other reason because I'm so, you know what I mean? Like it's, And I mean, I get it. It's his family. They ran with that. It's easier to say, oh, my son's wife cheated on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Than,
of course.
my son's an ass and his wife left. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
that sounds better. You know what I mean? Like, I get it.
Of course.
I get it.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Doesn't she remind you of, in the Adelson case, the guy that Wendy dated that came forward?
Then kind of knowing Mario,
I'm just here to tell the truth, right? I'm giving you everything.
or knowing Shanna, knowing Jared, what were your thoughts when you were like, she's like, oh, hey, I'm with this new guy named Mario. What were your thoughts on that?
Okay, Mario.
Well, I think she met him at the gym. I think it was CrossFit, maybe. She met him there. And my thought was, you don't need to be with anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You need to go fix what he broke. You don't need to date anybody. Let's figure out you. Let's learn how to just be happy with you and not be dependent on anyone else. Just, you know what I mean? That was always my advice. I didn't want her dating anyone. I certainly didn't want her marrying anyone.
Yeah.
I said, I mean, I didn't know him per se.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I met him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He certainly is. He doesn't. Jared might be an ass, but if you just saw him, you might even think he was a nice guy.
Gotcha.
You see Mario and he doesn't, it's not the same.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But then, don't judge a book by its cover. You know what I mean? Like,
Gotcha.
I've seen how much Mario has, like, he adored those kids.
Mm-hmm.
He filled voids that Jared was creating.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, those kids wanted you to sit on the floor and build Legos, and you know what I mean? They wanted that kind of dad. And Jared wasn't that guy. They wanted cuddles.
Mm-hmm.
Jared was always, I'm so hot. He's so hot. He always had to sleep with a box fan. It was the weirdest thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And like Mario, he's small. Like that was my biggest thing.
Mario, he's like small. This is hilarious right here.
And I was like, you never marry a dude that's shorter than you. That's just, you don't do that. You know? She's like, my sister said the same thing. You know what I mean? It was like, you know what I mean? So I mean, my should you not was not because I thought he was bad. It was, it's just not, it broke all my rules. But I wouldn't marry him, so it didn't really matter what I thought. You know what I mean?
Right.
If you were looking for someone who was the polar opposite of Jared, even in appearance, you found him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But like, I really didn't have any baseline of, is he good? Is he bad? Is he just fine? Yeah. I saw how well and how great he did with the kids, and the kids just loved him.
Mm-hmm.
They talked about him all the time, which kind of resonated with me. And I really think that resonated with her. You know what I mean? I mean, what's the way to a single mom's heart? Love her kids. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like, like playbook.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he, unlike Jared, like he didn't seem to have any motive that way. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think he ever thought he'd even get married.
Gotcha.
I think they got married hoping it would work. A good marriage, and that it would be good for the kids, and it would, because he was so good with the kids, it would help them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In this transition.
Gotcha. Did you find it odd that they got married so quick?
I did. But I understood why they got married so quick, because even though I tried so hard to talk to her and give her strength about how he can't control you unless you let him, she always was in fear that, if I live with him, then he'll try to take me to court and, you know what I mean? And say, she's being a bad example for the kids. And you know what I mean? Like, she never wanted to give up more custody than she had and that she was entitled to.
Gotcha.
And there was always that fear. I mean, he was a narcissist that chipped away at her. I mean, she was in therapy long before I knew her. Even when they lived in Connecticut, she was in therapy because it was hard for her to handle him and all he threw at her. And he really did chip away at her a little at a time. He did. So I was cautiously optimistic. I understood what her thought processes were, but I would have not been happy if she would have been my daughter. I'd have tried to stop it. Okay. You need more time under your belt. Make sure you know him, and you know what I mean? Like just the normal mom things that go through your head. So I did, but I knew they were trying to do right by the kids. You know what I mean? So I always kind of hoped
that
everything would just be fine.
And then throughout the relationship, did you get to know him any better? Or?
I did. He always used to talk to me. He always wanted to talk to me about church. Why do you believe in God? And, why don't you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like, we would kind of go back and forth like that. And, one time I was like, I mean, do you not at all? Well, I believe in something. What is that? Oh, I believe in something. There's got to be a higher power. I mean, obviously there has to be, you know what I mean? Like something like that, and we mostly talk about things like that. He talked about, I think, if there's something going on with the kids, it would be, he would give his 2 cents, and sometimes they were good cents and sometimes they weren't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, I mean, I was never close to Mario, but definitely friendly with him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I go to Shanna's all the time. You know what I mean? Like we're always on the phone. You know what I mean? A lot of times I'll be on speakerphone while they're in the car or whatever. You know what I mean? So I mean, he was always around.
Yeah.
But we weren't. I mean, you know what I mean? Like he was just, that's who Shanna was married to. But Shanna's my friend. You know what I mean? Like
I get it.
I wasn't trying to find like a couples dating tool or something. You know what I mean? Like my relationship was mostly just Shanna. But I know Mario. I would say he's my friend.
Gotcha. Would you say that as of late their relationship has changed a little bit?
I don't know that their relationship has changed per se. Like, I mean, I know all the dynamics of what's happening. His intentions are good. His execution is poor.
Gotcha.
Because he was raised in a third world country where they do things very differently. And I think when kids are divorced kids, they create a set of survival skills on how I survive in this house and how I survive in that house. And maybe how I act in this house is not the same as how I act in this house.
Of course.
Because I have to do whatever it is to keep this parent happy that I'm with. And I think I was much better at it. And didn't like the game. You know what I mean? Spent a lot of time in trouble over there at Jared and Kirsten's house. That's all he talked about. Yeah. He would say something wrong on date night and be told then you're going to be punished just when you get back on Monday. Do you know what I mean? Like it was one of those things where, and then part of it was Jared wanted them to hate Shanna as much as he did. To me, I don't care who you are, and I've got siblings who are divorced and have kids and whatever. My number one rule is I'm gonna love you the best I can at my house. Your dad's gonna love you the best the way he can at his house. And how I feel about your dad should never be relayed to you if you're the kid.
100% agree.
That's my job, is to protect you.
Yeah.
I'm just supposed to love you. And Shanna always did that. It could have been the day from hell with emails back and forth and this, that, and the other. And they would say something about him. And her response was always very simple. It was, I'm sorry that you feel that way. Or, I'm sorry that dad made you sad. Or she never said, it was never, I understand. You know what I mean? Like she never engaged in that ever. Gotcha. Whereas the kids themselves, because I spent a lot of time with the kids. I love the kids. And they would say, I get in trouble if I say anything about my mom at my dad's house. My dad hates my mom. That makes me very sad. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like they would tell you, in fact, one time they told Shanna and did not want me to find out because she was so embarrassed. He told them that they shouldn't do anything with me because I was bad. So anyone who was friends with Shanna, you're automatically bad.
Oh, gotcha.
So I'm a bad person. So, you know what I mean? It was just that. I just feel like when it came to Shanna, it was toxic, but I never witnessed anything other than, you know what I mean? Sometimes she'd put them in bed, she'd call me and she's sobbing because I had to tell, you know what I mean? I had to just sit there and let them tell me whatever, you know what I mean? And, I always admired that part of her motherhood is that she always put them first and always felt that it would be detrimental if she ever said anything bad about him. So, and as far as Mario, he just wanted them to stand up for themselves. You know what I mean? Like, ask him why you're getting punished. You know what I mean? Like he wanted them to like be independent and strong and like at Shanna's house, like if they would cry in line for something, that wasn't going to get them anything. It would get them anything they wanted over there. Just don't cry. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. And he was like, why would you act two different ways? You know what I mean? Like he couldn't understand the concept of kids have to come up with those survival skills.
Yes. Right.
So, Mario's just not the marrying kind, quite honestly. You know what I mean? Like he's very just, I don't know. I don't think any of that was ever important to him. I don't even think he ever saw himself getting married, but I do think that he loved Shanna and the kids. And I mean, they're super great friends. You know what I mean? It's almost like
you could be a decent person and love somebody, but not necessarily be
in love with them. You know what I mean? I think he loves her. I don't know that he's in love with her. I don't know that he ever was, but he definitely loves those kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
and that brings up a good point. You said you don't know that he was ever in love with her. You think he married her just for the kids, basically, or you think there was more to it, or?
I don't know. I mean, Mario's very. He talks a lot. Like sometimes, you know what I mean? Like he talks a lot, but he's never, and he's very black and white. You know what I mean? He's not.
He doesn't sugarcoat things. I've noticed that. I've talked to him a couple times. He doesn't seem to sugarcoat things.
He's very unfiltered, raw. He'll just spit it out.
Yeah.
And Shanna is more like, and you have to take her whole, Shanna's been emotionally battered. So she needs that feel good. She needs that. And he's not the warm and fuzzy.
Yeah.
He's just, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And like with his words I'm talking about, he's just very matter of fact and, oh, that hurt your feelings? Well, sorry. You know what I mean? Get over, you know what I mean? Like he's not, I don't know. I don't know how you can be such good friends, but maybe not meant for each other. You know what I mean? On a intimate level, I don't really know. I mean, I don't know. I do know that he always loved those kids. I do know that he always wanted to, like, I don't know. And again, I told you from the beginning, I might be a little judgy. And I'm able to admit that, but I always thought that
I'm okay with it.
I always thought that, you know what I mean? Like he just was like Napoleon syndrome. Like they thought he was so big.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because he would do all the things that Jared wouldn't.
Yeah.
But that, that was only in the beginning. Like Jared, like I said, he has somewhat evolved. I mean, in that he did do things with them sometimes, you know what I mean? Clearly.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was genuine. It's just so weird to me because like I see the videos of him with the baby and the little girl. Shanna doesn't own any of those, and she's got a buttload of pictures, but he didn't have any hands-on involvement. You know what I mean? Like I can remember when they first were separating, even though he wouldn't leave until he got his money, because that was his deal. He wouldn't leave the house until he got half the house. Well, that wasn't going to happen until the divorce was final. You know what I mean? It was that kind of a thing. But he lived there for months in this toxic environment because he refused to leave until he got paid. And the kids would be so confused. It was, why do we have to stay with dad? Like he didn't even know what to feed them, or like he didn't know anything, and they were very confused of why he would be watching them. You know what I mean? As little as they were, they understood this is what mom does. You know what I mean? Like what is happening? Because he was always in the bedroom.
Yeah.
And they always had to be quiet. That's on the computer. You know what I mean? Like it was a very confusing, and it's like those videos that are out. It's like, wow. I mean, I'm glad that you've come around. It's, you know what I mean? But I feel sad for Abby and Liam. Like those don't even exist. It's not that we haven't seen them. It's that they don't exist. They weren't there.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Maybe you grew up as a parent,
Maybe. I mean, Shanna's grown a ton. You know what I mean? Like when you would hope that no matter when you have a relationship, whether it's successful or failed, that you're going to take things and become a better person as a result of the experiences that you've had. So, if he grew up some, then, kudos to him. I mean, 7 years. So you figure when she married him, and that was 12 years ago.
Yeah.
That's a long time. You know what I mean? He's 21 years old. I mean, you know what I mean? How are you at 21 versus 33?
A lot different.
You know what I mean? I mean, I've got 21-year-old sons, and I'm hoping at 33 there's going to be some evolution.
My parents were concerned for a little while, but they're good now. So.
Yeah.
But trying to think how to word this. Did Mario's fondness for women bother Shanna at all, you think? Or?
Oh yeah.
I mean, and he had some people living there and some other things and.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is where this is like they're going to switch gears here, and they're going to talk about Mario and his fondness for women. Okay. Now, where is this coming from? And then watch her. If you were to say to me, what do you mean his fondness for women? Like the way that he just says this, if you weren't in the know, you'd be like, what are you talking about? Right? So, let's talk about Mario and how his fondness for women.
But it wasn't like they were women that he was with. He just has friends. Like he has all these friends from like his army days, or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And she was just like, oh,
See, you hear that? These aren't like women that like he was like with. She doesn't think that he was with any of these or trying to get with any of these people. So listen to what she's about to tell us in this lifestyle.
This one is a hairdresser, and I told her she could stay here, and Shanna was like, okay. And then it was, well, she's going to pay part of the rent or part of the mortgage or whatever, you know what I mean? And then 2 weeks later, her boyfriend is living there too. And then, and I told Shanna, I'm like, this is your house. You know what I mean? I'm like, and so that didn't last very long at all. It was just more annoying. He's married, but he still kind of lives like a single guy. You know what I mean? Like he never understood what marriage meant. Like to me, if I'm gonna move someone in the house and I do that without my husband, we're gonna have an issue. You know what I mean?
She didn't understand any of it. She didn't know what was going on.
Like I know there's going to be an issue.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, the friend thing that didn't bother her. That didn't bother her as much as just he just doesn't always considerate of her feelings. How about that?
Yeah.
He doesn't always, like, for me, like, my first thought is, somebody's gonna be okay with this. You know what I mean? He doesn't have that.
Gotcha.
That doesn't go through here.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's, it just makes good sense. I'm going to charge her $600 to stay in this spare room. You know what I mean? And he looks at it, and that's how he looks at it. You know what I mean? I don't know that it's even intentional. It's just how he's wired.
Yeah. So maybe it's a money thing, bringing a little extra income for the two of them.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Would you say, has anyone ever stand in your mind that Shanna, you've met her, that Shanna talks about, there seems like kind of odd ducks that he hangs out with?
That he hangs out with? No, because he really doesn't hang out with anybody.
Mm-hmm.
He's, you know what I mean? He's just around, he's got like these rental properties that bring in money, and, he pretty much is always home.
Yeah.
He's always.
Okay, so you would think this woman's a chatty Cathy, right? Let's ask her some meaningful questions, right? Right? Oh, does he hang out with any odd ducks? He has these rental properties. Wouldn't she be saying, oh, what kind of rental properties? What do you mean? Let's see if they ask any questions. You don't ask questions if you already know the answers. Okay?
There. It's rare. Like, he's not at a doctor's appointment, or, you know what I mean? Or some kind of appointment, like medical appointment, which I think he's got quite a few different things. I think he's on some portion of disability from the military or something. So other than appointments, like, he's a homebody. Yeah. He's always there. You know what I mean? Like, then maybe, so-and-so's coming in from, out of town, and you know what I mean? And the whole group might get together and go, have a couple beers. You know what I mean? Yeah. But it's few and far between.
Was he ever the one that kind of take crazy trips?
What?
No. I mean, he would take, like, I don't know, I think he's got family. Like, his family's like, always, if anyone gets.
How do you not ask any questions about, he has rental properties? Now, they don't go and visit the rental property until July, okay? They didn't even budge on that, though. They already know this. But why aren't they asking any questions to her about any of this? And she's a chatty Cathy. Get her to just say shit.
In trouble, they call Uncle Mario, because he'll help them. You know what I mean? So, you got a niece that's fighting with her parents, and you know what I mean? What do I do? You know what I mean? Yeah. And then you go talk to the parents, and, so he was like more like the family mitigator.
Gotcha.
And I mean, I've never heard of him taking a trip that had something to do with other than family.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, I've known throughout the years of him taking trips, but it always had a family, some cousin or some niece, or, you know what I mean? It was always family. I never heard about trips anywhere other than family stuff.
Gotcha. And did he have a brother living there at some point, and something happened with that?
Guillermo. He was there.
Guillermo.
He got out of the military, and he was staying with
Guillermo, get down here now.
them. He wasn't living.
Guillermo. They would speak Spanish. Okay? Garner doesn't know Spanish.
With them. He was just staying there. And they had a falling out because
Guillermo.
I don't know, he was letting the kids say his name improperly, and Mario was like, no, make them say your name the way it is. And he was like, they're little kids. But again, Mario doesn't, you know what I mean? Yeah. So they had this big falling out over the kids' inability to say Guillermo. And he told him to leave. But he was only, he only just went to the sister's house. You know what I mean? Like, he kind of bought back and forth between them just for the time that he was in town. But it was never he was living with them situation.
Yeah. Okay.
That was just, I think it was like a week or something.
Gotcha. So his sister lives here too?
His sister lives here too.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's her name? Do you know?
Neely?
I don't know. I was just curious. Not a big thing there.
I don't know. I don't know. Mealy, I think. That's how he says it. I don't know if that's short for something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've met her a couple times.
So what did you think when you first heard about Jared, getting killed?
Oh, here we go.
Well, Shanna called me on Thursday morning after it happened, and I could tell by her voice something was wrong. And she said, Jared's dead. And I said, I'm sorry, what did you say? And she said, did you hear about that shooting last night in Jack's Beach? And I said, no. And she said, it was him. It was him. And I said, what? Like I couldn't process it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like I couldn't, I was shocked. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and she just, and then she told me that what had happened and that Kirsten was coming over and they were going to tell the kids together. And I didn't have the time to put into the conversation because it was like 7:00 in the morning and I was leaving for the airport to go bury my mother-in-law. And so like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
She, so I just, and I was like, and then I was torn between, you know what I mean? It's like, I had to go do that, but I knew she probably needed, you know what I mean? So it's like, so, and then as people started finding out, they were texting me and I just so happened to have Wi-Fi on the plane, whatever flight we were on. I don't remember, American or Delta, one of them, but, and so it was like, oh my gosh, have you heard? You know what I mean? I was like, yeah. And you know what I mean? And they're just like, oh my gosh, that's the craziest thing. And you know what I mean? And so, I mean, it was just more of a shock than anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like it was, I can remember saying, I'm sorry, what? I must have said it 3 times. Like, are you kidding me? Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just thought it was like I was in like Bizarro World or something. It was like, I just couldn't, I mean, and then, of course the days just started unfolding and you know what I mean? And then, so then I started following the story from the plane and you know what I mean? That kind of a thing. And it was just so hard to wrap my head around.
Right.
That it happened to him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
So just knowing Jared, knowing Shanna, knowing the whole family, knowing you probably have a better insight into their marriage and everything, just into Jared, really, you saw his personality, whatever. I don't lead you, but in your brain and your conscience, your soul, what do you think happened to him?
Well, it was always about money with him.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
They ask her, in your brain, in your conscience, in your soul, what? In your brain, in your conscience, in your soul, what do you think happened? What?
In your brain, in your conscience, your soul, what do you think happened to him?
Well,
what does that even mean? What do you mean what happened to him? He was shot. You know what I mean? Like,
it was always about money with him.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
You mean why did this happen to him, Detective Johns? Huh?
And he was a Freemason, he and his dad. And
there it is. I about fell over.
To me, that's just some shady crap.
Mm-hmm.
Freemason.
I'm sorry. If you know what I mean, like that's some shady crap. And
shady crap.
I figured it was a money thing. You know what I mean? That was my first gut was, who'd you piss off?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Who did you money? You know what I mean? Some deal went bad was what my first thought was. Whether or not it was the Freemason thing, I don't know. You know what I mean? But I do know he was into that. And when I say into it, because like I know a lot of people who are members of that.
Mm-hmm.
I've done a lot of research on that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's weird.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those secret society things. You're not allowed to tell your wife anything. You know what I mean? Like anything where you are asked to keep secrets from the one person that you're supposed to be able to tell everything to is sketchy to me.
Yeah.
But because I know of his love for money and that's what drove him, my head automatically went. I figured as the story unfolded, I figured there was 2 scenarios. Either it was a business deal gone bad, or maybe some like random gang initiation, or you know what I mean, like some weird thing like that. You know what
I mean? Excuse me? Some random gang initiation, like, hey, you got to kill somebody if you want to be in the Bloods and the Crips.
I mean, I don't know. That's my first thought was money from the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and I'm sure like have you and Shanna like kind of talked about theories and what's been going on and what's her kind of take on the situation or?
Oh, it's very interesting how Kirsten's trying so hard to, judge, jury, executioner right in the public eye. You know what I mean? Like she's trying real hard, and I mean, I have theories on that too, but you know what I mean?
What are your theories? I'd love to hear them.
Jared and Shanna, I've known a lot of people who got divorced, even including in my own family. I've never seen anyone with the venom and hatred as Jared. He was just an angry, you know what I mean? Like to me, he was an angry person. Okay. He hated Shanna. Everyone thought he hated Shanna. I thought he was obsessed with Shanna personally.
Interesting.
If I told you that the girl between Shanna and his current wife, and even his current wife back when Shanna was younger, they could be sisters. He had a type. Their engagement rings, if you line them all three up, you have to look hard. Their engagement poses, exact. Okay, he had a type. I think he wanted everyone to believe he hated her, but I don't really think he did. There was even an IEP meeting at a school where the guidance counselor, like he wanted, if there was a meeting for the kids, he wanted there to be 2 separate meetings so he didn't have to be in the same room with Shanna. Guidance counselor told him, no, we got to get all these people together. It's one meeting. You can either get the notes or you can be there.
Yeah.
So he would always sit, always in the corner, never would say a word, never would be near her, wouldn't make eye contact. Like it's the weirdest thing. And the guidance counselor even asked her, how long have you been divorced? After it was over, she's like, 3 years, 4 years, whatever it was. And she was like, something's wrong with him because you shouldn't trigger him the way you trigger him after this much time. If it had been 3 months, okay, I get it. But that, you know what I mean? Like, so everyone saw that. The teachers all saw he was just weirdly opposed to being even near her. And when he married Kirsten, so like Jared has horrible grammar, horrible spelling. Like it's like 3rd grade gone bad. You just want to get your red pen out and just go to town or cry if you're reading it. And when he married her, everything changed. And it was 100% obvious that she was drafting the emails, always passive aggressive, always, you know what I mean? But you knew it was her because he didn't just get literate. You know what I mean? He always struggled in school. You know what I mean? Like that was a thing. But anyway, so I think that
Terry, this is a very interesting, like, I take notes right here. Like, how are they not taking notes to this? Like,
2 of them enjoyed making Shanna's life hard. You know what I mean? Sending things that would hurt her. They would say things that were just hurtful. You know what I mean? And I in my initial thought was, well, the only way that she keeps his memory alive is to keep doing that. I'll make everyone hate her. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And I first thought that, but now as I've given it more and more thought, I think she's setting her up. I think Kirsten is setting Shanna up for a civil suit for wrongful death. Because in a criminal court, it's beyond reasonable doubt. In civil, it's what, 51%? You know what I mean? Like, but you just got to have people feel sorry for you and be on your side. And she knows Shanna got money, and you just got to sell your story. Which, you know, she set Shanna up from the get-go. She told her from day one, don't say his name, don't talk to reporters, don't let anyone interview you. You know, she was going to sue the school because they put out an email saying, you know, everything we can do. And then 3 weeks later, she's on national freaking television. You know what I mean? Like, I think that 3 weeks gave her the time to create this narrative that Shanna did it. But if you even knew Shanna would never do anything that would hurt her kids, ever. She just wouldn't. That's not what she's made of.
Yeah.
Her kids, I mean, she had a kid that was at the brink of death. You know what I mean? Like, he was born and he wasn't going to survive. They didn't think Liam was going to live. You know? I mean, her entire life has been her kids and protecting them.
Yeah, I get that.
You know, I mean, that's anyone who knows the real Shanna, not the story that you've been spun off by the Bridigans that, you know, she's a whore and she'll sleep with anybody. You know what I mean? Like, if you know Shanna, her kids, that's all she ever wanted was kids. In fact, if you ask her if she regrets marrying Jared, she'll tell you no, because she wouldn't have her kids. You know, I mean, and for all the things he did to her, you know what I mean? That's not your typical answer for someone who's spinning out about, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
How can I get rid of him? Do you know what I mean? Like, it was always, every decision she made through her marriage and her divorce was always, how will this affect my kids? That was always her first question. Always.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. And I might be wrong about her setting Shanna up for the suit or whatever, but I can see that coming.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I know you don't know, but I'm just saying, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I can see it coming. It just seems like all the makings of, you know what I mean, of what's coming. Because you don't have to prove who killed him.
Not in a civil suit.
Not in a civil suit. No. You don't have to prove that. I mean, I know how the legal system works. My dad was a DA. I get it. I spent many a time in the courtroom. I know how this works. And, you know, you can just see the writing on the wall if you've got any kind of familiarity with, you know, how these kind of cases go.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think she deserves answers. You know what I mean? Everybody deserves to know. But I think if you guys were to arrest some, you know, some kid who said that he was being initiated in a gang, she's going to be sad. That's not justice for her. Justice for her is being able to get Shanna. That's justice for her. Because in her mind, Shanna's the bad guy. She tormented him. She abused him emotionally. I mean, I see all the comments that go on, you know. I mean, but when you go to such extremes that you're attacking her business, you're attacking her family, you know what I mean? Like, it's getting a little much now.
So, I mean, you've seen all the comments. You see what the people are saying.
What do you guys think about this? What do you guys think about this? I think that she is not like, she's like, this is wild, right?
No, totally impossible, or
That Shanna had anything to do with this?
Shanna or Mario.
I don't see it. I spent a lot of time. You know what I mean? I've been with on Shanna's side for 8.5 years. There's nothing that happened in the marriage or the divorce that I have not been privy to. And, you know, Mario.
Because there was no love lost between Mario and Jared. He said on the couch.
Oh no, he did. He hated him. He hated what he did to him or to her. He hated how he treated the kids. You know what I mean? Because the story you're seeing in the news is not with the story that the kids were reporting.
Of course.
However, I always tell Shanna this, when you take your notes from little children who are trying to please you at your house and him at his house, you know, there's no telling what they were saying over there either.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Like, again, with the survival skills.
I know how that goes.
Yeah, you got a set of survival skills per house, depending on where you are, is what you say and what you don't say. And you know that you learn that at a very young age. You learn that. Mario likes his, I mean, for all intents and purposes, I mean, he's got a cushy life.
Thank you.
Know what I mean?
Now listen to this. This is what I've been saying. Listen to this though. Ready? Oh yeah.
Mario is selfish. I don't think he would sacrifice that for something like this.
Yeah.
Do I think he cried tears when he found out? No. I didn't ask, but
I didn't. He said no.
but my gut tells me he wouldn't, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, couldn't it happen to a nicer guy kind of thing? You know what I mean? Like, that would be Mario's kind of a play, you know, it's damn the good luck, you know what I mean? But I don't see it, you know, but again, you know what I mean? I'm just Shanna's friend. You know, I know that he, for however good or bad of an actual husband he is, he's a good friend to Shanna. And my gut tells me if it was anything that was going to bring this kind of heat on Shanna, which, if you know Jared's family at all, everything was always Shanna's fault in the marriage, in the divorce, forevermore. It's all her fault.
Yeah.
He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that to her and those kids.
Right. And by the way, I'm just spitballing here.
Oh, I know.
So just
you and half the.
let's just say that Mario decided one day he had enough. He was done with Jared, and he was not taking any more of his crap. And he went out and he did do that. Would Shanna distance herself from him?
100%.
Or was she protected?
She would. She would protect the kids. Always.
Yeah.
The kids are her priority.
Yeah.
No man.
And I can tell you, as many times as I've talked to her, I 100% believe that those children are her priority.
100%.
100% believe that.
Nothing is more important to her than them and their well-being. And so if she thought he had anything to do with this, she'd have kicked him to the curb. He'd been gone.
Yeah.
That day. Like the second she found out. There'd have been no plan. There'd have been he'd have been gone.
Yeah.
There'd have been no question.
Like I said, I'm just.
Yeah, I know.
Conjecture. Just talking.
So that's all everyone's doing. You know, like that's all it is online. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't read. We try. I can't speak for him. I'm sure he is, but I haven't read the first comment. I don't read any of that stuff.
It will either make you laugh or piss you off. It does one of two things. A lot of the comments are her.
Who, Kirsten?
She's got fake accounts.
Yeah.
100%. And he was famous for that. He had hundreds of fake accounts.
Yeah.
And she's in Microsoft. She does, you know what I mean? But I mean, I know for a fact. There are too many things, like some of these comments get like real intimate, and you're talking about things that were 7-10 years ago. Only you know that. If you're the wife, you're the only one who knows that, because it was his spin on the story. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and you know, I feel confident if just it's different. If you know what I mean, you look that IP address, it hit the same computer. I feel confident.
Well, we get lots of interesting things as well. Lots of interesting tips. Everything from psychics to crazy people.
Psychics, huh?
You know, oh yeah, we've had a couple of psychics reach out to us, and we've heard lots of crazy, interesting theories. So
I try not to give theories. I'm just trying to tell you the things that I know.
no,
I
that's
remember.
all. This is more about background, just because you knew. It's hard to find people.
All right, raise your hand if you think that Kim Jensen so far is like, yep, she fucking conspired to commit murder.
We found people that know Jared now, and we found people that know Shanna now and Mario now. It's hard to find someone who still knows them today, who knew them
20
before.
years. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so that's why we were.
Yeah.
Someone mentioned that you knew Jared even before Shanna. I was like, oh, I'd be curious to see what he was like, because like you alluded to, once someone dies, all you ever hear is how great they were.
Yeah,
and what
because
an amazing person.
What kind of a douche do you like? Like, if you get on there and you're like, oh, you mean that kid that broke everyone's heart? And
Exactly.
you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to get on there and say that.
Yeah.
So.
But that's all I have.
Yeah. So it seems like Shanna confides in you.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's fair.
How often has she kind of confided in you during this time since Jared was killed? Like, how often do you talk? And
we don't talk any more than we did before. I mean, she and I usually, like I said, we usually talk 5-6 times a week, sometimes every day.
Mm-hmm.
Just depends on what's going on with the kids. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
She's been there's actually probably been maybe a couple days in a row that we didn't talk. If like, you know, sometimes the kids will have a meltdown, or, you know what I mean? She's been very present for them. And so she will drop me, you know what I mean? It'll just be, oh, you know, it's been a bad day, you know what I mean? Or that or the other. And then she might catch me up the day later. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I would say that the time that we spend talking or whatever has really changed at all. It's been pretty much the same.
Did she tell you, did she talk to you at all when she came in and talked to us the first time or the second time?
She did tell me that she came in and that she talked to you guys. She said she was giving background information. She told me that she said Mario would come in too.
Mm-hmm.
She told me she came in and gave DNA.
Yes.
I mean, is that what you're asking me?
Yeah. So, all right. So, like the first time when she came in and talked to us, she told you all about that experience and the conversation all that? Or?
Not really. She just said that they were just like, you know, like generalized kind of questions. And you know what I mean? Like, she wasn't very specific on questions, but Shanna, she doesn't have like, I'm the memory bank, which is funny because my husband says I forget stuff, but like
I'm the memory bank.
You know what I mean? Like she'll like for things like litigation wise, like with the divorce, it was like, you know, he's saying this, and I'm like, oh no, remember, you know, there was that email from his attorney that said this, and you know, I was like, go look, you know what I mean? And so, but she forgets things, you know what I mean? Like, you know, she kind of is in the moment, and then she forgets.
You could tell her dad, like she's using the word like litigation. Her dad is a DA. Okay.
The details.
I guess. Did she tell you before she was coming in here to talk to us?
No.
Did she call you? So she didn't call you and talk to you before she came in and talked to us?
I don't think so, but I don't remember.
Yeah,
I don't remember. Here, I'm telling you, I'm the memory bank, and I don't remember, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't even remember what day it was or anything.
It was the 28th was the day before, and March 1st was the day she came in and talked to us.
She may have told me that she was coming.
Mm-hmm.
She may have told me that she was coming. In fact, I think she did tell me that she was coming and that they were coming in together.
Mm-hmm. So
but she didn't know if you guys were going to talk to them together or separate them.
Mm-hmm. So nothing memorable.
Nothing memorable.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, my brain works weird, but after she came in and talked to us, you did say that she called you and talked to you about it.
Mm-hmm.
How many times did y'all talk about that?
About her conversation in here?
Yeah.
The once, maybe another time.
Okay.
Anything else? Have you met Sterling and Shelly?
Mm-hmm.
What's your opinion of those guys?
They're awesome. I love them.
Yeah.
I've known them for several years. Shelly is very. She loves me because I take care of Shanna. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm like her family here when they can't be here.
Yeah.
And Shanna can't move because of the heart thing. He's got to stay at sea level.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? So, you know, she knows that Shanna's always got somebody if she needs somebody.
Yeah.
So, in fact, it was funny because we were crossing paths, like when all this happened, when Jared got murdered, you know, they were booking flights to come here and I'm on flight to go out there. She offered us to stay in her house. Do you know what I mean? It was like, and then we were like, oh no, we got to stay with, you know, my husband's dad because he was alone and stuff. So, but yeah, you will not meet a more genuine, generous. They make a lot of money, but they believe money is to do good things with.
Gotcha.
and they, you know what I mean? Like they help so many people and do so many things. Like they're very down to earth, you know, even for as wealthy as they are, they're very humble.
That's good to hear.
They're not the, you know what I mean? You're Chris Kardashian ain't walking in here. Do you know what I mean? Like they're very simple. You know what I mean? I mean, they have all the nicest things, but they're very humble.
Gotcha.
They're very humble and they're very giving, and you know, they're good people. They're good people.
All right. Well, that's all I have. I really, really, really appreciate you coming on and talking to us.
Okay. Don't know if I helped you. You know what I mean? Like I feel like all of my information is so old.
You know, I tell people, because people say that a lot, we don't know either. We don't know what helps us and what doesn't. You know, sometimes it's just little things. And you know, so you know, we deal a lot in what we call victimology. So you building a profile of what your victim is like, what their personality is like, the things that they do. I've never heard about the Freemason thing, so that's new.
He was very involved in that with his dad, because I know he used to go to the meetings when he was married to Shanna, because oftentimes I would go over because I knew he wouldn't be there because he'd be with, you know what I mean? That was a big pride factor for his dad.
Was a Freemason.
He was the only son that would participate in that with him. But Jared was very proud of it. He wore the ring, and that ring means something. If it's facing me, I need help. If it's facing you, I'm available to help you. Like there's a lot of, you know, in fact, that ring that he wore, he told me, this is going to be yours one day.
Interesting.
Yeah. Like he was very proud of that ring. So that I guess that's how they speak to each other without saying words, which was good for him because he wasn't very social. Just look at my ring.
Well, hey, thank you. I'll give you my card on the way out, and if you have any questions or anything, you can give me a call. Let me know.
Sure.
Or if you hear anything crazy.
All right. It's nice to meet you.
Now, she would then come back. She's dressed differently. And this is February 3rd, 2023. And this is right after the arrest of Henry Tenen. Here we go.
All right.
Oh, there he is, Detective Lamont.
I'm sorry, I'm a little tired, man. It's been a long week.
Today is February 3rd. It's 11:16. I'm Detective Lamont, and I'm here with
Kim Jensen.
Kim Jensen. Okay.
He didn't even know.
So obviously we spoke. Was it Monday? I think we spoke first. Monday or Tuesday.
Tuesday, I think.
Well,
last week when we spoke.
Was it last week? No,
it was Monday night, and then you called me Tuesday to reschedule for today.
Okay, yeah. So essentially, I know we spoke to you a couple months back about Jared and Shanna, and you're one of the few people that we've been able to talk to that kind of really knew both of them.
He says, I know we talked to you a couple months back. First of all, what are you talking about? May of 2022 is not a couple months ago. Okay, let's be real. Unless there's a time in between this, but there's not.
So we just kind of wanted to follow up with some things that we've kind of been looking at since then. Nothing too crazy. Just before we get into all that.
Nothing too crazy. What are you talking about? You just arrested Henry Tenen for the murder of Jared Bridegan. And it was that big old press conference that literally just came out, okay, in January, saying that the arrest of Henry Tenen did not act alone. Okay.
Yeah, how have things been? How have things been since the interview?
Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, should they have been different?
I'm just curious. I know, this is kind of a shakeup, and I'm sure the church has been,
there's a division.
Is there?
Well, it's just kind of the same. Like, if you were, I'm sure Shanna friends are going to tell you what they saw in Jared, and I'm sure Jared and Kirsten's friends are going to tell you, that Shanna was horrible. And I don't think anyone who was originally, Team Shanna or Team Jared has jumped ship through all of this. Yeah. You know what I mean? So, but I mean, it's not like, honestly, in where I, down here on Penman, where I go, like, it's not like it's spoken about. You know what I mean? Whereas where they go, like I have friends out where they are in the South, and I mean, it's like in the foyers, like, you know what I mean? Oh, you know, this, that, and the other. But, you know, none of those people knew anyone but Jared and Kirsten.
Yeah. What are you hearing? Like, what are they saying? What kind of things are they saying?
Oh, they're just, you know, who do you think did it? Do you think it was Shanna? You know what I mean? It's just a little.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately.
But I mean, social media has like gone viral with all of this, you know, and I mean, I don't know.
It's definitely got a lot of attention.
It's gotten a lot of attention, and it's.
This is gonna blow your guys' minds. I love this woman. I love this woman.
It's hard because it's one-sided attention, and it just seems.
$999.
I understand Shanna's position in why she has chosen to stay quiet, and why, you know, like she doesn't want people who knew him to say anything because she's all about protecting her kids.
She doesn't want them to talk ill of them.
No, the kids are trying to get over losing their father. If they need to hold on to some memory that makes him a good dad to help them heal, she does not want that washed.
How are they doing, do you know?
The kids?
Yeah.
They have their moments. You know, they're in therapy. She's doing all the right things with them. He seems to be doing much better than I would have expected. Not a hard time.
Yeah. I know when I met, it seemed like she very
processes things differently, and she's able to compartmentalize things, whereas ADD, and he's a little more all over the place, and so his mind, you know what I mean, is all over the place.
Yeah, I noticed that when we talked to him. It was trying to keep him in a straight line it's hard. It was pretty difficult.
Yeah. But that's been him since he was little, like you know what I mean. So, but I mean, overall, you know, they're doing well. Like big, like things, like, you know, like with the arrest or whatever. Like, so like on Monday, you know what I mean, Fox News is chasing them all around the dentist, and then the kids, you know, it's like, oh,
this Monday.
This past Monday, whenever the press conference was on Wednesday. Okay. So on Monday, Rebecca Rosenberg was in her face when she came out of a dentist's office with the kids. You know what I mean? And then that reignites the fear with the kids, you know. But she's been really good about just trying to keep things normal for them, you know. But that really, those are the things. I mean, that's why they moved. Yeah. I mean, they were being followed. They were constant. You know what I mean? Like, there was no peace. You know, she's trying to get them over losing their dad. And, you know, when you constantly have people following you, they're old enough to know. Yeah. They're scared. Yeah.
No, it's definitely a tough position for the kids to be in.
Yeah, it is.
I hope everything works out for them.
I do too.
That was one of my biggest concerns, even, you know, in London, it was pretty tough, especially the night I met her that night on the scene. It was, I just had a newborn, man. I was just like, oh my God, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah.
It was rough.
Yeah. Well, if there is an advantage between the two, Kirsten can protect the little ones from the media, whereas Shanna's are old enough that they go to school and kids talk, and my mom said this, and you know what I mean? Like whereas when you've got a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, you can shield them from all the things. Makes it a little more advantageous in their emotional health.
Yeah. Have they been having trouble in school, the twins?
No, but I mean, nobody really knew anything in Washington until this past week. Yeah. And then, you know what I mean? But it quieted down a lot faster there than it ever would here.
Well, I mean, they're pretty, you know, they're pretty separated. Yeah. It's about as far as you can get, probably.
Well, but I mean, she has to be on one coast or the other.
Yeah.
Because of his health condition. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, and so I think for her parents, it was the best option to get her closer to family that could be there quickly. Yeah. You know what I mean? If there
How far is that from Utah?
I think it's like to drive. I think it's like maybe 9 hours.
So, I mean, it's
9 or 12 hours. Yeah. But I mean, I think it's only like an hour plane. It's like that's going to New York. Or, you know what I mean? Like it's quick to get on a plane. I think it's an hour and a half plane ride or whatever.
Well, that's good. That's good then. I mean, having family close, I know it's kind of tough being, you know, kind of separated from your family. So one of the things that we were looking at was, I know it was reported in the media, and we've talked to the family about it a little bit, and I don't know if you saw it or anything, but it was Jared had some premonitions about, I guess, danger or whatever.
Okay, hold on one second. Do you not think it's interesting that on the first interview, they were looking for whoever owned this blue truck? Okay. They didn't ask a single question about like, hey, you see that blue truck that we're looking? Do you know anybody that owns a blue truck like that? Remember that? Yeah. Why be so nosy? Happy birthday month. Woo! I have really enjoyed being here for all these months. You are a real class act. I learn something all the time from you. Thank you so much. Why be so nosy? We love you here. So I noticed how they didn't ask. That was like a big part, and it's a big, huge part of this case. And they didn't ask her, who knows everybody, right, about this blue truck. Now, he's about to ask her questions about Jared's premonitions.
About, I guess, danger or whatever. Did you hear anything about that prior to?
Yeah, that came from his mom.
That came from his mom?
His mom said, she didn't say he had premonition about danger.
Mm-hmm.
She said he had a premonition that he wasn't going to live much longer.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't say that that was it. And that with that, he paid off the house, the cars, like got everything in order, and she became the stay-at-home mom.
Kirsten?
Mm-hmm. Because originally, like I think she ended her job in December.
Mm-hmm.
Where, I mean, they both work from home, but I mean, he only barely started working at Microsoft, like, I want to say in like August maybe of last year. Like he'd only been there like less than 6 months.
Yeah.
So, and then, but I mean, that was what she said, that he she said, she called it a spiritual prompting is what she called it.
Did she go into any detail about it or anything?
No, because she wasn't, I mean, I just kind of heard that, you know what I mean? She didn't. I mean, I know now it's being used in the media that, you know, he feared for his life, but I don't know that I'd buy that. That just sounds like a convenient way to continue to, you know,
keep pushing the gas.
Keep pushing the gas against Shanna.
Well, you know, the media
He was not in fear for his life. I don't know exactly where she's over here. She's like, if someone's in fear for their life, they go to the police, and Jared had no problem doing that. So why wouldn't he have done that? Moral of the story is that never happened about him fearing for his life.
Yeah, their own monster.
In terms of like Mario or Gardner or anything like that.
They are. I mean, you see it just in, you know what I mean? Like if they want to railroad somebody, they know how to do it.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if
the media. The media is their own monster.
Oh, they are. I mean, you see it just in, you know what I mean? Like if they want to railroad somebody, they know how to do it.
The media is their own monster, and she's over here like, if the media wants to railroad somebody, they know how to do it. Check. I mean, how do you not love this woman? She's a truth teller. Fuck shit, it's the truth.
Yeah. So you haven't heard anything other than just whispers around circles with what the mom said. Is the mom still in Germany? Is his mom still in Germany? They go here, right, to this church?
Well, they're like vagabonds. Like they owned a home for years and years and years. And that's where I've been to baby showers there. You know what I mean? Like that's where the family lived when eventually, I don't even know if they started there when they moved to Florida because they came from like the Midwest or somewhere out there. I don't know. Originally, before they came to Florida. And I'm talking about like when Jared was like 12.
Okay, so they were
somewhere else.
Okay.
And then when their family relocated here, the kids were, you know, Jared was the youngest. And he was like 12, 13, I want to say, when they moved to Florida. Or at least when they moved and became part of.
You said Jared was the youngest?
Jared.
I thought Adam was the youngest. Jared was, okay.
Jared's
okay, I'm sorry.
But so for example, I don't know what their ages and kids, like where they fall like in line, but like I never knew they had a daughter. Like she didn't make she must have been the oldest or one of the old, you know, I think maybe Justin is old. I don't know. I didn't know. I just knew him.
Yeah, that's really interesting because the cops don't know that either. The cops never interviewed. I didn't see no Ashley on here. I have the whole fucking list.
But anyway, but once Shanna and Jared got divorced, Jared got like $500,000 from the divorce.
Mm-hmm.
He got his half of the house they bought in Ponte Vedra. He then bought his parents' house.
Mm-hmm.
And then the parents went and were like house sitters, I guess you would say, for another couple who went on a 3-year mission to Africa. So they lived in their apartment. It was a doctor and his wife. Mm-hmm. They're on another mission in Africa for 3 more years. But anyway, they lived in their house, in their apartment. It was like in the marina, the Pablo Marina, those really nice apartments. Mm-hmm. They lived there. And then she got, after they came back, I really don't know where they went. I have no idea. Yeah. I mean, they were still around, but I don't know where they went. And then she started picking up the contracts with the military.
The government, yeah.
And she ended up in Germany.
Okay. And then they've been there ever since.
Yeah, like they were back here a few months ago. He's got throat cancer or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard about that.
And then we thought they were done. Like once, you know what I mean? Like people just assumed that she would quit or whatever. But I mean, I think they just need money. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Is he still, I know, when I spoke to Mr. Bishop,
Scott Curry.
I'm sorry. Yes, Bishop Curry. He said that Jared's dad was the governor. Is that how it works, of the area or something?
Oh no, he so like here.
Scott Curry is the pastor, whatever they call it, bishop. He's in, and he was interviewed. That's also the last name of one of the like detective / crime scene unit people. But we've never heard anything about Jared's family. Now I know why. They were in Germany.
You have individual. They're called wards.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have wards, and so I think there's 9 wards that form a stake.
Okay.
He was the leadership.
But this Curry guy had not nice things to say about Jared. He was like, he caused problems because he came flipping out about do not let Shanna into the church and all this crazy crap. And they actually called the police, and it was on him.
Of the stake. He was so where Scott is the bishop, where he's the top at the ward, there's a stake president, and then he has 2 counselors.
Okay.
And his father was one of those.
Is he still doing that, or is he out of that position?
Well, he lives in Germany, so I don't know what
Okay,
he does.
yeah, that's why I was curious. Because I think when I spoke with Bishop Curry, he had said he was still in that position. But I was like, it kind of struck me off because I'm like, well, he's in Germany. That's got to be a part of it.
No, he was released. He was released. I'm free. Now, when that all happened, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because he didn't initially go to Germany. He stayed here.
Okay.
He stayed here, and then they brought her mom, like his mother-in-law, and I think now she's in some kind of like facility in Orlando. But like he was here, and he would just go visit Joanne in Germany because he did stay here and fulfill. You know what I mean? He had this thing in his head that he didn't want to be released from his calling. He wanted to go 5 years.
Oh, as the governor?
As part of, titles were very important to him.
Really?
Yeah.
Are they very important to most people in the church? I have never really been involved in that kind of.
Some people care. Some people want to aspire to become, leadership.
Mm-hmm.
Some people just come and they're just happy to serve in whatever capacity they're asked, and they don't have any goals to become something more. It's like, if it happens, great. If not, you know what I mean? Yeah. But titles were very important. Titles were very important to Jared.
Uh-huh. So you think he was more like his father than his mother? Or?
Oh, 100%. His mother would tell you they're exactly the same.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. He's very controlling. Like I know when they got divorced, Joanne would always come to me and ask me, how's Shanna?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, you can just text her.
Yeah.
She will respond to you. And she's like, I'm not allowed.
Because Jared wouldn't let her?
It's not allowed.
Yeah, I mean.
She's like, he's, and I'm like, what do you mean you're not allowed? You know what I mean? And she's like, oh, well, you know how Jared is, he's very controlling, and, and she's like, he's just like his father. That's what she said. Those were her words, not mine. I mean, I thought that, but I mean, it's interesting to hear her, that she recognizes that.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. So you're going to be like
one or the other. Yeah. And she's like the scatterbrained, you know what I mean? Like, she's the family joke, and it's sad. Mm-hmm. Like, they make fun of her to her face that she's, oh yeah.
What do they say?
Well, because she's like a walking blunder. Like one time, Jared wanted to have a family FaceTime call, and they were going to announce, I want to say, Kirsten's pregnancy, and Joanne accidentally went Facebook Live.
And so
everyone, it pops up, oh, your contact, and everyone's just like watching this, and then when they realized what she had done, they're like, Mom, you know what I mean? Like, she's just like the joke. She's got a lot of technological issues,
That would be quite awkward.
Yeah. But I mean, she's got lots of them. Like, I mean,
she went live on Facebook. That's funny as shit. They should have left it up. That was a pretty sweet joke. That got Detective Lamont to chuckle there a little bit. Look at his reaction. Look at motherfucker doesn't do shit. Watch.
She's just like the joke.
Look at
she's got a lot of technological issues,
That would be quite awkward.
Yeah.
Because it's great. There you go. Live a little, buddy. Shake it down, baby.
Yeah. But I mean, she's got lots of them. Like, I mean, it cost her a job one time.
Really?
Like, yeah, she used to be a counselor for the church.
Mm.
And when Shanna and Jared were married.
I'm late starting at the beginning. Love
and there's HIPAA.
Yeah.
And she was doing a Zoom session with a child, an adolescent,
Mm-hmm.
who had come out
Okay.
to her.
Yeah.
And she thought she had ended the session.
Oh no.
And Gaylord made some comment like, "Are you done with that faggot so you can come to bed?"
Man.
And the kid like wanted to sue the church, and she was never allowed to be, you know what I mean? Like it was big. Like there was literally a debate.
What?
And her.
Yeah.
And an adolescent.
Yeah.
And she was doing a Zoom session with a child, an adolescent,
Mm-hmm.
who had come out
Okay.
to her.
Yeah.
And she thought she had ended the session.
Oh no.
And Gaylord made some comment like, "Are you done with that faggot so you can come to bed?"
Man.
And the kid like wanted to sue the church, and she was never allowed to be, you know what I mean? Like it was big. Like there was litigation, and Shanna paid for it all. Like it was bad. So I mean, she just makes big mistakes,
Yeah, that's
especially
unfortunate.
technological mistakes, and she gets harassed horribly for it.
Well, I know like my parents aren't great with technology. They just stay away from it.
She should just pick up the good old phone.
Yeah, sometimes that's the best way. Hell, even now, man, it's like
Yeah.
these phones are getting so crazy. It's like I know we spoke earlier about back before cell phones were really a thing, but I'll tell you what, man, I almost wish we could go back to that because being connected all the time is not, for me, it's not good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so with all that being said, so I know Jared and Shanna, and obviously we spoke about the arrest that happened last week. Just out of curiosity.
Wait, when did you speak about the arrest that happened last? You guys see this? Like, what are you talking about? Like, are you talking about outside? This is what lawyers would be watching and being like, wait a second, where's that? When did you talk to her?
Jared and Shanna, and obviously we spoke about the arrest that happened last week. Just out of curiosity, have you ever known Jared to have any kind of association with Henry Tinn, who was arrested?
I never saw him till.
That was the first time you ever saw him?
Never saw him. Never didn't know nothing about him. He didn't even look like he knew him.
Mm-hmm.
Like he looked very confused to me.
Yeah.
Like the next day or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
he just looked like he didn't look like he was on the same planet. Like he just looked very confused to me.
Yeah.
Boom. Wait, what did you just say, Lana? Henry Tennant looked very confused. Like he didn't even know Jared. Right here, she's coming with it and she's about to bring it. She's about to say that this is the absolute craziest thing that she's ever seen or heard in her life, that this man does not know anything. He did not kill anyone. And it's like, dude, this is what I've been fucking saying. I can't even believe this. So listen up, guys. This is Kim Jensen. Like, I've never seen that man, don't know that man. But more importantly, he has no idea what's going on. This is what Kim Jensen says.
Anyway, he looked very confused to me.
Yeah.
Like the next day or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
he just looked like he didn't look like he was.
It means that like his arraignment.
Looked very confused to me.
Yeah.
Like the next day or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
he just looked like he didn't look like he was on the same planet. Like he just looked very confused to me.
Yeah. Did Shanna or Mario ever talk about him? I know he was a tenant for Mario's for quite a while.
No, that means Mario didn't talk about much.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he didn't even, he was very through their whole marriage. Like his friends were his friends, and he didn't join the two.
Mm-hmm.
Like he didn't, because she would always talk about, if you're going out with your friends or this, you know what I mean? I'll go. And he was like, no, those are my friends. You know what I mean? Like he kept things very separate.
How did she feel about that?
At first, I think it hurt her feelings that she didn't want him. It was mostly his military friends.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't really know how much dealings he had with, like, tenants. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
I got nothing.
Yeah.
I know that I would hear once a month, oh, he went and collected the rent. You know what I mean? Like, oh, he's at the downtown house getting the rent, or he's at the, White
So
Yard.
Mario would physically go to the houses and collect the rent?
I think so. At least sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a regular thing, but like, I know I'd gone over one time and where is he? And she's like, oh, he went to get the rent or something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was just something I recall in passing,
Yeah.
But it was his military friend. She wanted to know the people that knew him, like before she knew him.
Yeah, I mean, that's natural.
And, and she got to meet some of them, but not, it wasn't what you would have thought. You know what I mean? Like when I got married, my husband has friends, you know what I mean? Like I know who they are. We hang out, we have dinner, we whatever. And he just, his military friends would breeze into town from time to time or whatever, and sometimes he'd let her come, and sometimes he wouldn't.
So, I mean, just out of curiosity, I'm assuming you're still in contact with Shanna.
Yeah.
Has she talked about this guy at all?
Mm-mm.
No.
No. My conversation with Shanna are harder because A, the time difference. B, she's getting, she's working as when the kids are in school, and then it's not like when she had her own thing and she could talk on the phone while she was doing her own cookies. Now, you know what I mean? She's actually somewhere else. And so, it might be 5 minutes here, 15 minutes there, on the way from dropping the kids to school, you know what I mean? And then once school's out, then she's got the kids. And so, so no, not a,
So you haven't really been talking to her that much?
Our conversations are very limited in comparison to how much we were able to talk. Because I mean, she's at the bakery around the corner. I mean, I could just go over and we could sit and chat in the bakery while she was rolling out dough and doing all the things. It's just so different. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah, it's tough losing a friend. I mean, that's.
Oh, it is. It is. And more of our conversations are about the kids than anything since she's been out there, because, they've had to adjust and you know what I mean? And so, but I mean, they've picked up, gymnastics out there. And so, you know what I mean? So, she'll send me little videos or little.
How's she doing with the gym? I know she was, I know when I talked to her before way back in the beginning of this, I guess she was still on like a practice team.
Yeah. Now she's on, I think maybe a middle tier team.
Yeah.
It's not the highest, but it's not the, and so, I mean, she's really, she wants to be a gymnast. Like, she's working really hard at it.
She seemed like really interested in her.
Well, she's one of those, she's a perfectionist. So if she can't do, front handspring, she's doing it on the trampoline over and over and over and over again until she gets it right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, she's that kid.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
You need that if you're gonna
pursue any kind of sport.
Excel.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Yeah.
I got a few more questions and we can get off topic too bad. But what is do you have any theories on why Mario's tenant would be involved in this with Jared at all? It seems weird.
I mean, all I know is what I saw on the press conference, which was not that informative. I really didn't know how involved, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what the connection. I don't even know what the connection is.
Right there. Great answer. I only know what I know in the press conference. What's the connection here? I don't even know what the connection here is.
This is my partner, Mick. I don't think you've met him before.
I know what the connection is.
Ready?
This is my partner, Mick. I don't think you've met him before.
I'm sorry I'm late.
No worries. I was early.
Real quick then, just the traffic, one, it's with the rain and my ball tires. That's just not a good combination at all. So again,
Change those. You get a ticket for that, can't you?
I think so. I'm likely to go off the road. That's what I'm more concerned about, you know?
Thinking about that too.
This isn't his partner.
So I apologize for being late.
No worries.
I was just talking to her about some theories as to why Mario's tenant would be involved with Jared.
Okay.
And what was it that you said?
I said, all I know about this guy is that what I saw in the press conference. So I don't really have any theories. The only thing I can tell you is that people made the comment. Once Shanna's sister said once, Jared was always involved in something shady because he always wanted that get rich quick. He always wanted, it was money. Everything with Jared is from what I know, everything was always about money. You get divorced, you got a prenup. It's not a secret what you're going to get, but he wouldn't leave the house, stayed there through the whole divorce until he got his check. And then he moved out 24 hours later. Like, everything was about money with him. Everything. Oh, you want school designation? Oh, well, then tell the courts I don't have to pay child support. Like, everything was money with him. And he had the mindset that I shouldn't have to pay you anything because your family is wealthy. Shanna was not wealthy. That's what frustrates me with the media, is that the story, like her trust was drained when they bought that house in Ponte Vedra. There was no more trust. It was gone. But people don't know that. They think that she's just got like this endless supply coming in, and it wasn't true.
I got you. So I guess with all that being said, I mean, by all rights, this guy had no money. So why would Jared? I mean, like, that's kind of weird to me. Because really, at the end of the day, we're just trying to connect all the dots, and there is really no reason for a tenant to have any kind of dealings with Jared. And so that's what's kind of throwing everybody off a little bit, I think, you know.
Well, my assumption was that you guys probably had a list of everyone that had the truck that may or may not be involved. I never.
Boom. Look at this smart woman. Remember, I just told you guys, I was like, why wouldn't they ever ask her a single question about the truck? Like, that's the biggest piece of evidence that they had in this case. And they're not going to ask this woman who knows all these people, hey, do you know anybody that owns a blue Ford 2000 and Ford truck that we put all over the media? Do you know anybody who has this type of a truck, right? And they didn't ask her a single question about it in May of 2023. I mean, in 2022. Why not? Because they already fucking knew who owned that truck. That's why. And now here she comes, ba-bow, with this like, I'm assuming that you guys made a list of people who like had a truck like that. And you guys like went through a list. Fuck yeah, Kim.
That had. Well, my assumption was that you guys probably had a list of everyone that had the truck that may or may not be involved. I never ever heard if it was a confirmed or all I've seen is Kirsten stuff. Find the truck, find the truck, find the truck.
Kirsten was posting that all over social media. Find the truck, find the truck. So everybody, so this needs to just wake up everybody's like brains here. This was everywhere. Mario Gardner. That truck was blasted by the media in that area. That truck. And then now that tire just going to be laying there waiting for on the day that the cops arrive. This guy, Lamont. Is that right? Doesn't ask her a question about this truck. Is that right? The fuck out of here.
I just assumed when he got popped for whatever he got popped for, what was it, speeding and pot or something? When he got arrested in August or whatever, that he was on the list. And then you find out he's Mario's tenant. And I figured those are how dots were connected. I really don't have any theories about Jared and this black guy. Like I have no idea.
Has anybody been talking about it or anything? Has there been any kind of rumor mill or anything like that involving it?
The only rumor mill that I've heard is this guy doesn't even look like he knows what the heck's going on.
Who else?
Oh shit. Oh shit. He's like, the only rumor we've been hearing is that this guy doesn't even know. He doesn't even look like he knows what's going on.
Saying that. Just like
What's going on?
Who else saying that? Just out of curiosity. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but
Oh, just like girls at church. They're like, just.
so they're
Lana said that. I said that right when I saw this thing. I said, the fuck? Henry Tennant is the tenant of Mario Saldana's, one of his rental properties. I said, fuck out of here. I said, this was an ambush style planned out. Like it took so long to arrest somebody type of thing. Okay. And you think that this is going to come back to some man that's half homeless? That doesn't own and never owned that type of a gun. And it looks like he was pulled over 6 months prior to and held for 6 months on a traffic stop. That's ridiculous. And a gun charge to like inflame it even more to the media. So the media can inflame this. But when we come to find out it's an antique gun, it doesn't shoot. And now he's all of a sudden confessing as the shooter. Not like, hey, you borrowed my truck. Hey, my truck was borrowed. Now all of a sudden, he confessed. Well, we're arresting him for the murder and conspiring and all that stuff. And then we make that known February 1st or whatever of 2023. and then Henry Tennant's signing a plea deal. Do you want to know, right on the same day, February 3rd, search warrants are going out for Shanna Gardner and Mario shit. More stuff.
Skeptical that he has anything.
They're skeptical that he has anything to do with it.
Well, I mean,
maybe he does. I don't know. I'm sure you know more than I do. But I'm just saying, from the outside looking in, he looks very confused about the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that crazy? She is just popping them. Like, she's like calling them out. Like, yeah, he looks really confused about all of this. She's supposed to be co-conspirator. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't know what the fuck.
Well, I guess.
Oh, and then he doesn't even know what to say about that. He's like, oh man, she ain't fucking. Kim Jensen. Cheers. You ain't no fucking dummy.
If they're skeptical, what?
And then here's this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess if they're skeptical, why, and what alternative theory would they have? Just if we're just gonna
go call them.
I mean,
rabbit holes, like.
Well, the guy's never done anything violent, from what you know what I mean. I mean,
right.
his rap sheet, I guess, or whatever's been published. I mean, it doesn't look like he's ever done anything violent.
Mm-hmm.
From my logical mind,
like this would be like me, but see, I would never even do that. Like back in the day, this would have been me. I would never sit down and talk with the police about anything like this. And this is why people choose not to help the police, because the police try to twist everything. Okay. So this would have been me 10 years ago, being how Kim is. Okay. Calling it like it is, calling it like I saw it and I see it, right? Well, who the fuck is that going to help? Definitely not me. All right. Because you guys already have your mind made up. You clearly arrested this man. All right. So me telling you my theories or what I've heard out there, how is that in any way, shape, or form going to be like, oh my God, yeah, let's let him go? Fuck out of here. No. So this is why, and I bet you if I was to interview Kim, she would say, oh, I will never talk to the police again. And this is why.
If you're going to pick someone to help you do something, that wouldn't be my first choice. I'm just saying. You know what
I mean? Motherfucking man, sister. If you're going to, that is not who I am picking to fucking what? Oh, Kim with the hammer. Like, dude, seriously?
Mm-hmm.
From my logical mind, if you're going to pick someone to help you do something, that wouldn't be my first choice. I'm just saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He doesn't have this air of confidence like, oh, I'll be your partner in crime, whoever his crime was with.
That's an interesting
I'll be your partner in crime, whoever your crime is with.
choice of words if you're going to pick somebody. Do you think that
Wait, what do you mean if you're going to pick somebody? You guys came out. What do you mean it's an interesting choice of words? Now, this is where I'm going to eat Lamont's motherfucking ass. That's a really interesting choice of words. Do you know what she said? Nelson said at the presser? We know that Henry Tennant did not act alone. And blah, 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 blah.
somebody pick somebody, or do you think this is?
Oh no, I'm just
else?
like,
Yeah.
Just if I'm analyzing this, you know what I mean? Like if this actually was, a hit on him.
That's what they're saying. That's what they said on the presser. If this was a hit on Jared Bridegan, okay.
I just think
You'd pick somebody better than.
there would just be a little more thought would have gone into it. Not that I think like that, because I've never put a hit out on anybody.
You sure?
I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm the girl that made curfew. Every time.
Well, as Shanna mentioned, Henry and his connection at all?
Mm-mm.
No.
No.
Huh. Is she just as confused about the whole thing, or?
Yeah, well, like I said, on the Monday before, they're, you know, and they're like, oh, you want to comment on breaking the case? And she's like, what are you, she didn't even know what they were talking about. She had no freaking idea what they were talking about.
So when she found out, was she as equally as confused, or?
Yeah, she's like, she has no idea what's happening.
Okay. Do you know if she ever met him? I know, and the only reason I asked that is because I guess he was living in Mario's property for a while. Do you know if she ever had any?
Now think about this, that interview that they had with her before, and she's talking about Mario having these properties, right? Neither one of those detectives, well, Johns was in there before, but not this guy, budged on that. Oh, no, we can't talk about that because we don't want to tip them off, because she's going to go back and tell them what we were talking about. So we don't want to tip her off. Don't mention the properties. Don't let her be able to go back and tell Gardner anything. But that tells me that you've known about those properties for a long time. Not you just didn't show up there in July, which also leads me to go to what I've been saying, which is they found the truck beforehand and they released that they did. And if you've known about that property and you knew all this, okay, well then how did that tire wind up where it did? What was John Biggerstaff up to when he wanted to be like, oh, here, I'm going to work with the police? This is all crazy.
I do not believe so, because I know that I don't know who, but I know that at least one of his tenants are smokers, and she's allergic to smoke.
I gotcha.
And so she
wouldn't even go over there.
But
and
is it possible he could have like dropped a rent check off or something?
At
Or
the house.
Yeah.
At 1511.
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay. Hey, you haven't talked to Mario at all, have you?
No, I don't think I haven't even seen Mario since like April or May.
When's the last time? Or April, May?
April, May. I think it was. I can't remember if I actually saw him in May. I think in April I may have seen him. The only other contact I've had with Mario is, I want to say, maybe around the fall sometime. He texted. No, he didn't text. He sent me a message. I don't remember if it was text or if it was like Instagram or something, but he sent me a message asking, we have a landscaping company.
Okay.
And he gave me the address of a property and want to know if we could, you know, go by and take care of it, but it wasn't in our area. It was somewhere in Arlington. And my husband was like, we don't go there, tell him no.
Did he have another house or something?
Does he has two houses.
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
He has the one near Sandalwood on White Horse. Because and I only know that because he called it the downtown house and the White Horse house.
Yeah.
So those were the two. And I know the White Horse. The White Horse.
There it is.
Say it 3 times fast. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I can't do it. I think that was formerly his parents' house before they moved to Peru, I think.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, which I could be.
Okay. So what was the property in Arlington? Was that?
I don't know. I mean, I might have it if you want it. I don't know. Let me see. I can look and see. I can't remember if it was text or Instagram, because a lot of times.
God, these guys suck so bad.
Send me a message on that. We weren't texters. Mario. Only time I had texting chance with Mario was if he was coming to pick up the kids, or I was going, you know what I mean? It was always about the kids.
Gotcha.
No, it wasn't that, because that was one. So it must have been on Instagram. Get there.
Or when you say landscape, do you mean like just like mowing lawns, or do you do like you know, what's the extent of the landscape business?
Look at that cop with 2 phones.
It's primarily just like maintenance, but I mean they do projects where, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I gotcha.
they'll, like redo someone's yard.
So would y'all go, like, if let's say someone needed you to go in and like take out like, I know we have a lot of crepe myrtles down here, but was that something y'all would do, is take all that out or trim it back and stuff like that? Or
trimming, yes. Removal would depend on the size of it. We might refer you to a tree.
If I'm Jose Baez, if I'm Nancy, not Nancy, if I'm Diane, whoever this is having 2 phones doing this at the same time, they're entitled to see what the hell. Those are work phones. He's in a interview. see what the fuck he was texting about during this interview that is deemed so important. Especially, I would not let that slide right there.
Service.
I gotcha. Okay.
So.
But if it was something,
Oh, I can't. I don't think he's on. I don't think he's on Instagram. I don't have any. I can't.
oh, it was through Instagram.
Because that was his typical way to message me was Instagram. But so I don't have the thing because I don't think he's on there anymore.
Did he get rid of his Instagram account?
Well, I can't find him, so I'm gonna go with yes. Not because he told me, but because he's not there.
Well, you haven't been keeping up with him, I guess, then, huh?
I don't care about him.
Why's that?
I mean, I didn't know.
Yeah, I just noticed like there was a tone. Like I don't care about him. Like I picked up on it. So just
There was a tone. Oh my god, listen to this.
haven't been keeping up with him, I guess, then, huh?
Not because he.
Instagram account.
Well, I can't find him, so I'm gonna go with yes. Not because he told me, but because he's not there.
Well, you haven't been keeping up with him, I guess, then, huh?
I don't care about him.
Why's that?
I mean, I didn't know.
Yeah, I just noticed like there was a tone. Like I don't care about him. Like I picked up on it. So
Was there a tone? Was there a tone? I mean, maybe what? A tone? I didn't care about him. I mean, what? There was a tone with that. I didn't care about him. Wow. Wow, motherfuckers. Wow.
just indulge me.
When he was good to Shanna, he was really, really good to Shanna. And, and then there are other times, he'd make her cry. And I just,
Really?
Yeah.
What do you do to make her cry?
He just gets in moods, and he had a couple bouts of infidelity. And so,
Who are we talking about, Mario?
Mario.
Okay.
So, and then
How did she react to that?
she takes it personal. Like,
Yeah.
What am I doing wrong? That, you know what I mean? Kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I mean, I was her best friend, her sounding board, you know what I mean? Like, so, but I'm not the one that says, oh, you need to leave your husband. You know what I mean? It's like, you know what your threshold is. What you can take might be more than what I can take. And you know what I mean? Like, I've got lots of friends that have gone through divorce, and I always say, you'll know what you need to do.
Yeah. Is the infidelity what pushed them to divorce or split up? I know they told us, I think in April, that they were getting a divorce.
Yeah, but that was just that they were getting divorced even before Jared was killed.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And that is what they should be honing in on. Exactly. And they don't want to know anything about that. Why? Because it changes the entire situation. Because the cushy lifestyle that Mario would have, what if they get divorced? It's not happening, is it? Why the hell would this happen right after Gardner's like telling him, hey, and the school, like, hey, just like we're gonna be getting divorced. We're gonna wait though till the end of the school year. But tells the school that in December and January. Then Jared's killed February 16th.
How far before, do you know?
It was on and off of, should we give this, they would put like, okay, 6 more months and we'll see how it goes. Or, you know what I mean? Like, and she was going to therapy and she's doing all the work, and he never wanted to be married.
So why'd they get married?
Because of the church, and because she was afraid that if she lived with him, that Jared would find some way in the court to consider her an unfit mother.
Mm-hmm.
She's just a whore shacked up with, you know what I mean, this guy. And she always had this fear that he would, anything she didn't do that fall in line with the church, that he would find a way to spin it against her. And
if she was separated from the church, what did she care what the church thought?
She didn't care what the church thought. She cared because
how
he took, because
how he would use it, you fucking fat fuck.
She's left the church, like,
But are you dumb? Are you high?
automatically that gave him carte blanche to.
Exactly. You're going to paint a narrative to the courts. Do you not deal with the courts? Do you not know about family law?
Diss her.
within the church community.
Within the church community, and he did.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, you were either Team Sharon or Team Jared. You were one or the other.
Mm-hmm. So you think that Mario and her ultimately got married because it made things easier for her? I mean, you said they never wanted to be married, so I guess I'm just trying to.
No, she did.
Yes, but he didn't.
This is all her opinion.
Wanted to create something stable for those kids,
Mm-hmm.
and he was, for all intents and purposes, if there's one good thing that I can never, he tried to be everything for those kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He was on the floor playing Legos. Like, he was the hands-on in the beginning. He was the hands-on, and then as they got older, he wasn't as, he did, like, he took them, they would build things, they would put things together. Like, he's very tinker. He loves to build. If you let him use a tool, you know what I mean? You're the hero, because he loves tools. I mean, he's like all boy.
Yeah.
And he would go out there and do those kinds of things, in the garage, and, teach him this and teach him that. And that was a big deal,
So ultimately, what is your impression? What do you think is the reason?
So he didn't have to have a job. He's married. All of her bills are being paid for, right? What's going on here? It's her house. They get married. If you get married, then in Florida, yep, you're getting half of everything, right? So what do you get? What do you marry Gardner for?
Why Mario ultimately married Shanna? Because it was quick, right? Like 3 months.
Oh God, yeah. It was like, oh yeah.
That seemed like a pretty quick decision for someone who didn't want to get married.
And their theory is that she married a hitman. She married a hitman. You don't need to go searching for one anymore because you married one. She married her hitman. What?
Well, I don't think he wanted to marry anybody. You know what I mean? Like, commitment, I think, is a hard thing for him.
Yeah.
But then,
If she married her hitman, then why the fuck is Henry Tennant saying that I'm pleading guilty to being the one that shot Jared Bridegan? Do you see how, like, this just logically you're like, okay. The hitman does the hit. 101.
so why go through with it on his part?
Why do it?
Yeah, like what's?
I mean,
you got 2 bouts of infidelity, so it wasn't like he was, wanting to be with just one person. I mean, everyone has their own arrangements. I understand that. And like you said, your own thresholds for divorce and what you can deal with. But like, what's the reward for him? Why it takes 2,
right. She really wanted it. And I do think that he deeply cared for the children.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Whether or not,
Also, Jared, and I think she kind of like hit on this. Maybe that's why she's not understanding this. But if she wasn't married to him, Jared said he was not allowed to be around the kids because it's like that's the whole. And I think that she just didn't do a good job of explaining that. But maybe she will here. I don't know.
whether or not, I don't know. I think, I don't know, because it's hard to understand Mario. You know what I mean? Mario beats to his own drum. Like, everything's shock value with him. You know what I mean? Like, on Easter, he would post some of the stupidest crap. You know what I mean? Just to get rise out of people. He's like that guy. You know what I mean? Like, he's the guy that walks around and just says something just to see the reaction. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, there were benefits for him. You know what I mean? Like, her family's a good family. You know what I mean? Like, I mean.
Okay, so we just call what it is, like financial benefits, or?
I don't know. I mean, I don't ask him why he married her. You know what I mean? Like, anything I would.
Exactly. I don't ask him. Why did he marry her? I don't know. She married him. She married him because I'm telling you, it's in the paperwork. He's not going to be around the kids unless they're married.
It's just speculation. I mean, I really, although I have told her, she's just an open book. She's pretty transparent. You know what I mean? To her demise.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, you should never lead. You know what I mean? Like, never lead with who you come from. You know what I mean? Like, how about I've got 4 sisters and great parents? You know what I mean? Like, don't tell them what your parents do. You know what I mean? Like, because when you do that, you never know, and I don't mean any disrespect, but you never know if the man is there for you or what your family has to offer. You know what I mean? Like,
again, the financial side, the money, right?
I mean, could be. You know what I mean? Although he never acted like he cared about money.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Whereas I can tell you that Jared was everything, like that was his sole goal. Money, 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 money. Can't have enough.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't like that. I mean, this guy was like, you know, t-shirts, basketball shirts, you know what I mean? Shorts, you know what I mean? The dog, you know what I mean? Like, his life was the dog and the military. His whole, that, it to me, it was always as if he still wanted to be in the military, but he wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
So those were the things. The military and that dog were his passions. If I had to pick 2 passions.
Gotcha.
So you think those were before Shanna and the kids?
And after.
Really?
I mean, he did spend a lot of time with kids. I mean, I can't dismiss that. But I mean, I told you the first time I think, I don't know, it was you or John's, one of them asked me if I blessed the marriage or I was happy, you know, or supportive, or I don't know what the word you were, maybe supportive. You know, I'm not supportive of anybody who wants to get married in 2 months. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know them.
Right.
There's much to know. You know what I mean?
Exactly. 2 months. So hello, it was, she needed help with the kids, right? But he was not going to allow Mario to be around the kids unless they were married. And so they had no choice but to get married. And that's being spun the wrong way, but it's going to come out in this trial that Jared said that kids are not going to be around Mario. Well, if I marry him, you have no fucking choice. You know, it's like, yeah, exactly. So marry him.
I mean, and I tried to be, and she was like, you know, we're just going to do it. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, she's like, and we'll just date. She goes, we're just going to do this backwards, and I'll date him after I marry him. And I was like, that is so jacked up. Like, that's where the phrase ass backwards comes from. You know what I'm saying? Like,
because he wasn't going to be allowed to help with the kids unless they were married. You know, see how that makes sense now?
No, but I could, you know what I mean? Like, I
married her Manny.
Friend
she married a Manny. You understand? She married a Manny.
That's supposed to be the voice of reason. You can only be as reasonable as you can be. And, you know, it's kind of like my kids. I can tell you all the good things in the world, and then you have to find out when you do something stupid that, oh, maybe mom did something.
I think we've all had that friend where it's like, listen, I'm telling you, this is a bad idea.
Oh, yeah.
Like, no, I hate you. And then 6 months later, they're coming to you crying. It was a bad idea.
Yeah.
You see the train going to come off the tracks.
Well, that's like when they very first got divorced. You know what I mean? I'm like, you are giving him a gift on a silver platter. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You got your sleeve, you got your hair chopped off. You know what I mean? It's like everything he was saying about her that wasn't true looked like it was true.
You're talking about when she got divorced from Jared.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I mean, her thing was, I've left the church. I'm doing whatever the hell I want. I don't care. And that's great. Do whatever you want. But optics.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you know what I mean?
Right.
So
everything, everything in moderation, I suppose, and just,
but I mean, she got it out of her system. And like I said, everything was in a good place. You know what I mean? There was none of this. There was, everything was in a good place with Shanna. And I mean, they were never going to be friends. This was going to be those ones where, we are just tumultuous when we have to be around each other. And it was more so on his part.
This is Jared and
her.
I wasn't sure if we were
Mario. Mario. Like I said, Mario beats to
she was getting to a really good point, which was like, this had all passed.
Different drum. Like, Mario could walk away from somebody and never look back. My brother's the same way.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're still all friends with his ex-wife, and I mean, he like, and I asked him one time, does that bother you? And he was like, oh, I don't have to mess with it. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, you can just.
I get that. I was the same way growing up, man. If it went, it went. I don't want to talk to you again. It's nothing personal. Just.
Yeah, that's just how some people roll, I guess. So.
I'm sorry I interrupted you, but you were saying that Jared and Shanna were kind of like in a not good place, but I guess a copacetic place, or what? Tell me about, go on with that. I interrupted you and I was rude. So.
Yeah, maybe
Well, I'm
you
saying
shouldn't.
they weren't fighting over anything. Like,
Yeah.
but I mean, Jared was always throwing the match. You know what I mean? Like, so the big thing at that time, I think it started maybe around November or December. Be baptized.
This last November, December.
Yeah, around there. And so, like, I mean, he fully expected Shanna to say no. And you got to have, you know what I mean? Like, one's in, one's out. Like, and Shanna was like, if that's what she wants, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Shanna was all about whatever is best for the kids. That's always been probably the one thing that I've admired the most about her since I met her, you know, because I mean, they went through hell, or she went through hell when born, you know what I mean? Like, with the whole, like, she just, and like, once she became a mom, it was like, this is my life.
Yeah, switch flipped.
Yeah, like nothing else. Like, I can honestly say, like, she never said a bad word about Jared ever in front of the kids. Ever, never. She wouldn't do it. You know, would even say, my dad hates you. And she was like, I'm that's sad. That's sad. You know what I mean? Like, those were her kinds of responses.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even like I was hearing it third person, like, I've been there, you know what I mean? And he would say, you know, do you know how much my dad hates my mom? And I'm like, you know, buddy, I'm like, maybe one day, you know, maybe one day he won't feel that way. You know, I mean, those are the kind of.
That's crazy. And they're just brushing this off. Like, wait, what? The kids were, wouldn't you be saying like the kids said that to you? I mean, like, what?
That's just how, and she always believed that it never did the kid any good to know that the other parent hated them.
Yeah, going back to the baptism, you said that Shanna supported it.
Fuck all that. Fuck all that.
In her heart, she really wished that she would wait till she was older, but she wasn't going to tell her no. And so she said, you know, she said, that's fine. She said, the only thing I ask is that she take the lessons from the missionaries so that I know that she understands the commitment that she's making, because Shanna asked her a bunch of questions. I mean, because Shanna grew up in the church. It's not like just because she doesn't go doesn't mean she doesn't know.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean?
She's coming from places of
She's got a lifelong.
So when you say missionaries, you mean like the people that are out doing the
proselyting, trying to, you know, spread the gospel.
Who normally teaches it?
Missionaries. That is who teaches it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was confused by the way you said that. It sounded like maybe somebody else teaches it and then.
What?
Well, I mean, typically as parents in the church, I mean, you're teaching this in your home as well. Not all kids go through missionary lessons.
Okay.
Unless the parents want them to, but if you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, you know what I mean? Then your kids know all the answers. And when they go see Scott Curry before they were to get baptized, and he would say, you know, why do you want to be a member of the church? Or, you know what I mean? He would ask them to make sure that they had the right answers and not just, well, my mom said I'm 8, I should get baptized. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those kind of things.
I gotcha.
So, but Shanna had bought her the dress for the baptism, like the whole shebang.
There you go. Fuck yeah, cat's out the bag. If I heard one more fucking thing about this goddamn baptism, she bought her the fucking.
I should get baptized. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those kind of things.
I gotcha.
So, but Shanna had bought her the dress for the baptism, like the whole shebang.
So there was none of this. Oh God, baptism, murder. Oh, that's the last straw, because they were fighting about some baptism. No, they weren't. The media is sick. The media is sick. The prosecutors are sicker, and these detectives are buffoons.
And
Kim Jensen right here. Kim Jensen right here. Co-conspirator. Co-conspirator to commit murder.
so, he thought that was going to be a fight. And I think he was taken aback when she didn't fight him on it.
Yeah. Was there any arguments, or that's probably a bad word, but was there any strife over where she would take the lessons, whether it be here in Jack's Beach or St. John's County or anything like that?
No. On Shanna's weeks, she set it up with the ones here. And on his weeks, he set it up with the ones there.
So they were
After he found out that Shanna was doing it here, he set it up there.
with
Interesting. Huh? New little twist there.
Bishop Curry.
I think they were at
Okay.
Scott's house. Yeah, they were at his
Okay.
house. I hope you don't think I'm being disrespectful when I call him Scott, because I knew him before he was the
it's
bishop.
just-
Like, it's hard.
So I'll be honest, from the beginning of this thing, he's been referred to me as Bishop Curry.
Yeah.
So it's in my head. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
okay.
So I can't break it.
Well, he's my friend first, so that's why I call him Scott.
I always bounce back and forth between, like, I'll refer to Jason as Jason sometimes, and it's Lamont, and then whoever that third person I'm talking to, it's like, how many people are involved in this?
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
It's just-
You guys, this isn't like the Adelson case where, oh my God, I want to kill him because I need to take the kids because I want to go live on Miami Beach with my family who's being like, blah, 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 and like lying about some custody battle, blah, blah. No, Gardner just started her own beach bakery place. She didn't want it. She wanted to stay there. The motive just isn't there. The motive isn't there. There's nothing that she gets out of this. Truly. But now, if she's going to divorce Mario, okay.
But
Sorry.
anyway, it just occurred to me that you keep calling him that. And I'm just like,
Right.
Yeah. That's how he was introduced to me. That's how he came up.
Yeah.
And she tells Mario, this is over. Like, we're getting divorced. And we're going to do it here at the end of the school year. Okay. But we already told the school in December, January. And then all of a sudden, Mario is meeting up with in January and starting to track down Jared Bridegan's movements.
I think the only person that maybe didn't is his wife, Valerie. I think she's the only one that didn't.
Called him Scott.
Bishop, yeah, which that'd be kind of weird,
that
right?
would be weird.
Right, yeah.
That would be weird. But yeah.
So y'all are pretty good friends with Valerie and Scott.
Well, we've known them a long time. You know what I mean? I see them every week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
How
Maybe.
how are they dealing with all the news of the arrest last week, and are they getting any kind of
I don't think
Her parents,
you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
from a church perspective,
they've always been
I don't think they're
good.
getting anything.
Mhm.
Gardner and her parents have always been fine. Somebody's asking that in the chat. Yeah, Shanna Gardner has the best attorneys money can buy. Jose Baez, Diane, Patrick, Peoples. They're about to literally upend the prosecution in this case. I want the truth, right? And here they already had their mindset. It was Shanna Gardner, and now we're gonna make this all fit. And then they let a man named Henry Tennant say and confess and say something that he did not do. Henry Tennant is not the fucking shooter. Okay? Is not the shooter. Sorry. I'll put my channel on it. And they fucking knew it. It's in the paperwork. They knew that he was not the shooter.
Just more of a blow, like we just wanted it to be some random person that had nothing to do with nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you knew the second that, you know, it got put out that it was a tenant, everything goes like this again, and then you have to listen to all the haters and you know what I mean, that have already decided this from day one, and you know what I mean. So it was just more of a letdown.
Mm-hmm.
Not that if he's actually the guy, then great, you know what I mean. But the fact that there's any connection, you know what I mean, like that was just kind of like a gut punch.
Made it tough.
Right. I mean, and not that my opinion of anything changes, but just I'm sad for her and the kids that this is going to continue.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, optics are a big thing, and whether or not whatever, when it all shakes out, whatever it is, it's still, I think optics are tough to get away from. And I know, like, specifically Valerie and Scott, you know, being the head of that church and friends with Shanna,
I thought you don't call him Scott. Valerie and Scott, the head of that church. But you see that right there? That's very comfortable to say Valerie and Scott like that. He's so full of fucking shit.
I was curious if it was causing any kind of that connection, whatever it is, was causing any kind of,
No, I think it
strife
would be
within
different. It would be different if we were out where they are.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot more, there's a lot more chitter chatter out there.
About where? I'm sorry.
Out where Kirsten and
in that
Jared,
church?
in that
Okay.
building.
I got you.
In that building, there would be a
gotcha.
lot more chatter than here, because this ward here, like 90%, maybe 95%, don't even know who he is.
Don't know who Jared is?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
They would only know that he's Gaylord's son, but they
Okay.
don't know him. You know what I mean? Like, there's only a handful of people who have been here long enough to even know him.
Yeah, I got you.
So, I mean, there's
No, this woman was what the police tried to do here is this is right after Henry Tennant was announced that he was arrested for the murder of Jared Bridegan. Okay. And that you guys I'll play a little clip of it again so you guys can remember what was said at this press conference. And then they interview her again, like right after. And this is this interview. And what they then do is they interview her again and they don't record it. And this time when they didn't record it, they brought in these big blow-ups with the text messages and shit. And they did that in July of 2023, right before the arrest of Shanna Gardner. And they were trying to say, listen, we're going to charge you as a co-conspirator. We know that, Gardner was hitting you up, and we know these text messages, and that you were trying to help her find a hitman. She's like, what the fuck are you talking about? But they didn't record any of that. Okay. And they didn't give any information to the defense that ever even existed. And they didn't even turn over Kim Jensen's name nor Susan Lee's name to the defense. They didn't even know that they existed as far as witnesses. Obviously, Gardner's over here like, where is Kim Jensen? Where's in the discovery? If she's talking to her lawyers like that, where's Kim Jensen? She was just brought, like, it was insanity. So here we're building up to that, but they think, and you can either say this one of two ways. Either you truly think that, or you're doing what? You're using coercive tactics unrecorded to say you're going to testify a certain way for us. You're going to give us what the fuck we want because you don't have a case against Gardner, but we need these people to start saying what the fuck we need them to start saying because we don't have any. Like, she has no connections to Henry Tennant whatsoever. None. And then they made some false shit up. And then they, like I said, they didn't record that interview. And that's why Jose Baez was hot as fuck on the stairs. And that's the intro that I play. And he is like, they are lying on the stand. They are fabricating and manipulating evidence. And they did it to this woman. This woman had to go and get a lawyer. And then her lawyer called up Jose Baez's firm and said, we have to talk because we saw what happened in that courtroom for that bail hearing or whatever, the Arthur hearing, whatever they had. And that is not what happened at all. And Jose Baez already had the freaking, the hearing. He had no idea about that shit. Here she gets a lawyer. Her lawyer calls and says, we need to talk. Like my client, and then Sue did the same thing. Again, lawyer called up. This is not what happened at all in these unrecorded conversations. But these ones were the recorded ones. And then these cops pulled some crazy ass shit. And so this is where I cannot believe, I can believe the media is not covering this case because of all the fuckerage in it. And it points to exactly what's going on here, which is do not take the guided tour. This case is not what you think it is.
So that's why it's quiet here
Okay.
because nobody knows it.
Yeah.
This case goes to trial in August. We will be there from gavel to gavel, Jacksonville Beach, tailgating for the truth. We'll be there. Henry Tennant was railroaded, abso-fucking-lutely railroaded. Blackmail, no money, kept isolated from his family, and then was held out of a courtroom for 2 years after his false confession. And he had an attorney that was court appointed a good old boy, Alan Chipperfield. We're going to get all into him. This is wrong.
Makes sense. I mean,
They know the story.
This is a small community.
Small community. So I'm not saying they don't know the story, but I'm saying like, and I'm sure they've heard that he used to be here, but like they don't know him.
Yeah. That makes sense. I mean, that's probably for the best anyway, is kind of insulate people from a lot of the drama that's happened within the church.
You can always seek it out. I
Right.
choose not to. You know what I mean? Like every once in a while,
You know what I mean?
look at something here or there, but like it just pisses me off, so I stay away from it.
Well, it definitely can't be easy to see your friend associated with all this, you know?
No, not at all. Because I mean, I know her,
Mhm.
and I know that you know what I mean. Like, like I said, those two little kids are her number one priority.
Yeah.
And always have been.
Yeah.
You know, she would lose in court. She would not go for something that her attorney wanted her to get if she didn't think that it would be of benefit to the kids.
Yeah.
Even if it would benefit her, if it wasn't good for the kids or if it was something that the kids didn't want, she would just drop it. She would never pursue anything that she thought wasn't in the best interest of the kids.
I mean, I get that. I can tell you right now, my kids are the most important thing to me in the world.
Yeah.
So.
She wouldn't wish that on anybody.
It's tough.
You know what I mean? Like this has not been, oh yay, I've got the kids, sunshine and roses. It's just us three against the world. No.
Yeah.
This has been horrible. You know? Absolutely horrible.
Yeah. Well,
See, that's fucking up their narrative right there. This has been absolutely horrible. This hasn't been like, oh, everything's great since Jared's out of her life. This has been absolutely horrible. That's what she's saying. Yeah, we don't want to hear that. Okay. Oh, yeah, we can't hear that. And they just think like, no, she's just saying this. She's just saying this. Why don't you ask her questions about it?
fortunately, in situations like this, I feel like it's not good for anybody involved. You know what I mean?
No.
Everybody's getting some angle of grief or negative attention, and unfortunately, it seems like the kids get impacted the most. You know, on both sides. So
They are the collateral damage in most things.
How are they doing? Just as a side note, just
They're doing okay. They're
yeah.
doing okay. I told him they have their moments, but they're in counseling and
Okay.
you know what I mean.
That's
They're doing. She's doing all the right things for them.
Good.
So, you know,
Cannot be easy.
no, not at all.
Just like here, what you said something like the typical, Shanna and Jared. Jared was expecting an argument about the baptism and everything like that, and wouldn't wait for more. Get baptized later. What's the typical age for a baptism?
Typical age is 8.
Mm-hmm.
Both parents have to agree. He never even asked. Like
Oh, really?
at 8, the topic, because we were waiting, never came up. And then, but in typical Jared fashion, everything with him is manipulation. And so her little Sunday school teacher, it's called primary, her little primary teacher was like, this is what be telling Shanna, telling me. Do you know you're the only one in class that's not baptized? She was 10.
Really?
And so Shanna assumed that, and this is, like I said, it's just our assumption, put pressure on the kid from the teacher, not the dad. And then we can ignite this thing and then see if, we can get mom to agree or whatever. So, but yeah, for 2 years, he said nothing, which was odd to me.
Well, I was about to say that sounds strange to me because from
Boom. Is anybody listening to that right there? 8 years old, you're supposed you can have that happen and then nothing, and then here's 10. Okay. Very great point Kim Jensen just makes. And look at these two fuckers, have nothing to say about that. Don't make a note about it either. Just say, that's a really good point. Like, if he was wanting to get her bad, why didn't he get baptized at 8? Why here at 10? Or is she full of shit? Is Kim Jensen full of shit? And she can only be so much full of shit because she's going off of what she's talking to Gardner about.
some of the ways that you've described him and some other people described him, it seems like he'd have no bones about creating that drama.
Like we just kept waiting. Like the kids turned 8 and it was like, she was like, you know what's coming next? And I'm like, oh, I know what's coming next.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right,
But like,
right.
and it was like, then it was like they turned 9 and it was like, why hasn't this come next? Like,
Yeah.
what is the deal here? Why isn't he pushing this? Why isn't he asking? Why isn't he telling than asking? But yeah, that was a big stumper. Like, why, when they turned 8, that wasn't a thing.
When was she set to be baptized?
There was no set. They were originally talking about doing it in the summer
Okay.
of last year.
Okay.
They were going to do it in the summer of last year. And of course, it wasn't going to be local.
Mm-hmm.
He was going to have them do it at Adam's wife, Carly, at her parents' property in Pennsylvania, I think. Because several, like, I think all of Carly and Adam's kids may have gotten baptized there or something. Like, it had some significance to their family, but
Pennsylvania.
They live in Utah.
they do. But her
Oh.
parents live in
Oh,
Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So they were so apparently it was gonna be there, and something about doing it on her birthday. And Shanna was like, well, if you're gonna do it in Pennsylvania, the water's still gonna be it was gonna be outside. She was like, it's gonna be pretty cold. You know what I mean? You might need to wait till the summer. And then she was like, yeah, well, my dad said that you can't come.
I bet that was
How would that go over? Yeah.
She's like, do you want me there?
Mm.
Well, yeah. And she's like, well, I mean, we can talk to your dad, and, I can stand in the back and then leave straight away. I don't have to stay for the little, luncheon or party or whatever afterwards. But they never got that far. It was just, this was, you know what I mean? Like, he never told her what they were thinking, ever.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. In normal divorces, if a kid is going to be baptized, or parents have to agree, and then you absolutely get to be there. You know what I mean? But think about, like, to even try to have those type of conversations, but this is what they're trying to make, is like this baptism was like, Detectives Johns tried to do it on the stand, and it was just it's not going to hit the way that they think it's going to hit, because it's not the truth. And I think Kim Jensen did a great job saying that, like, you can start getting at 8, so nothing at 8, 9. Then all of a sudden, hey, and Shanna Gardner was fine with it. And then they lie about this. They fucking lied about that. Why?
I think that's the first time we heard about the baptism and all being in Pennsylvania.
Well, and maybe it wasn't going to be.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't shock me.
February 3rd, 2023, the first time that you're hearing about any of this? What the hell are you doing? What are you talking about? Are you just saying that to see what she'll say?
That he didn't want to hear, because he never wanted Shanna.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, a little talk in primary. And, like, he lost his mind because Shanna and Mario showed up to church
Mm-hmm.
to hear the talk. Like,
what did he do?
He just, that jaw,
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like,
sense,
well, but I can't explain it to you. He could not be in the same room as Shanna comfortably. When there was teacher conferences, they had to be separate, 2 different times. Doctor's appointments, one was there, the other one was on FaceTime. If he was on FaceTime, it was audio only, because he didn't want Shanna to be able to see inside his house or his children.
That's weird.
First time she ever saw his kids was when they went over to the house, like the week he was killed.
Yeah, brought the cookies.
And brought the treats or whatever. Yeah, it was just weird.
Was there, we may have asked this first time, but since you brought it up, it kind of spurred in my head. Was there, other than him being angry, did you hear of any other issues or anything about that day when she read that primary and Abby read? Was there any other issues between the two of them that day?
Oh no, there was no communication. Okay. He wasn't able to hide his anger well. Mm-hmm. And I think he told the kids that he was angry that she was there.
Yeah.
Like that's my space and you just invaded my space, kind of a thing,
So they didn't know they were going to be there. They just showed up.
don't remember if she told him or not.
It was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
I feel bad sometimes because I'm asking people about things that, I mean, it's been over a year, you know, it's just like,
Yeah.
I know that was a really long time ago.
Yeah. I don't know. She may or may not have.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's not important. I was just curious.
Yeah.
Is she still on track to get baptized this summer?
She said she wanted to wait.
Okay.
And I know that she goes to, when Grandma and Grandpa are in town, she goes to church with them. The church is just right up the street from where Shanna lives.
They used that. That's right. They said, yep. And then guess what? After Jared Bradigan was murdered and killed, guess what? The daughter was not baptized. I'm like, oh my fucking God. Oh my God. And she has still not been baptized. No joke. The line of questioning. So think about like lawyering, nowadays. It's just one fucking big gaslight after, like, one side's just gaslighting and the other side. It's absolutely ridiculous.
And Shanna's like, if you want to go, I'll take you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Shanna, like I said, she is 100% supportive of anything good for the kids. And I don't know if they've ever gone without Grandma and Grandpa there. If they have, I don't remember her telling me that. And I feel like she would have.
Yeah.
But with the gymnastics, some of that stuff is like weekends. And so church is out of the equation when you're at a gymnastics meet or, you know what I mean? Whatever.
Sports
Gymnastics over church.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, but I do know, like we were on FaceTime once since they moved. And I think she asked me some church question. I can't remember what it was. And I think she said she wanted to wait. We were talking about it, and she said she was going to wait because she wanted to learn some more stuff
about the church.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's very mature.
Just so you know, these kids are being deposed. These kids are going to be in this trial. These kids play a prominent role in this case. Let me tell you why. Because the kids were home. They were picked up. They went to go have the dinner date night from Shanna Gardner's house. Jared picks them up. They go for their time. They go to have dinner. Then he drops them back off. Okay. What time did you get picked up? What time did you come home? Who was in the house when you got home? How did you know that they were home? Who'd you see? When did you see them? What'd you guys do when you got home? Did you see Mario? Why didn't the Ring camera pick you up when you came home? I came in through the garage. What time did the garage ding? Shit like that, okay? Mario was there playing, little boy saying that Mario was there playing video games. And that he heard him and saw him. But what the detectives did, and Jose Baez went absolutely crazy over it, he's like, you, Detective Johns, do you have a hard time reading? What does the kid say right there? He heard and saw Mario, right? Not he thought. It was wild. But Detective Johns just, twists shit and changes it. So here these kids have gotten put in and they're just going to be a big part of this trial. They've been deposed. I think that they're possibly getting deposed a second time, or maybe when they got deposed the first time, it got pushed back. But the kids are involved. The kids, they're going to be testifying.
Statement.
Well, that's always been Shanna's thing with the baptism is if you get baptized, that means whether you're at Dad's house or my house, we're going to church.
Mm-hmm.
Like you made this commitment and we're going to do that. And she was like, but you don't like to go to church. And Shanna was like, but I like to do things that are for you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, I mean, she could always sit with me. You know what I mean? Like when they would come, they came every week. And you know what I mean? We all sat together. And
who came every week? Shanna and Mario?
Shanna? No, not Mario.
You keep me to the question.
No. Mario made it very clear.
I'm pretty sure that one's not.
I think he's an atheist. I'm pretty sure he's an atheist. He doesn't, because
There you go. Okay. I'm pretty sure he's an atheist. I don't know. I think Mario's an atheist.
He told her, he was like, if you keep Kim around, and you keep, he's like, pretty soon she's going to pull you back and just know I'm not going to church. You know what I mean? He like, and she was like,
told her that?
he told her he wouldn't go to church.
Well,
He said he'd go into things for the kids. You know what I mean? He would go to events, but I'm not going to be a weekly churchgoer.
Yeah,
he
he's
told
not
her
gonna go
that
to
you were
church.
going to drag her back into church?
Mhm.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
The churchgoer.
He told her that you were going to drag her back into church?
Mhm.
Really?
Yeah.
That's kind of a weird statement, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, it's because she talks to me. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like I was the BFF. You know what I mean? And he was
Right.
like,
That's a weird statement. She's gonna drag you back into the church. What? I don't think that's a weird statement. I think that's like anything that people say about best friends, like, oh, she's gonna get you to go out for karaoke night again, like you used to, because she goes karaoke every night on Tuesdays. You quit smoking, and now this person's around. Now they're gonna get you to start smoking again because they're gonna need to go outside and have a cigarette every other fucking 10 minutes. These guys are just amazed at the most peculiar things to me.
he didn't think missionaries could knock on the door and get her to go, but he thought if I asked her to go, Shanna had a hard time saying no to me. And I think that was his fears, that if I needed something, she would drop anything for me.
Was he against it?
This
Or was he
narrative.
just like, I don't want to be involved in
He's
it?
like, you can do whatever you want to do, but if just so we're clear,
Yeah.
I'm not going to church.
Yeah.
Unless it was an event for the kids, and then he would be there.
Yeah.
And he was. I mean, if they had a thing, he would go.
Yeah.
That is so normal. That is so fucking normal. Think about if you're Jewish and you married a Catholic person, or you're Catholic and you married Jewish. You got what are you guys gonna do?
You know what I mean? I mean, I would say things like, walls didn't even fall down. You're in here. So,
How do you take the joke?
oh,
Oh, just,
he can take them.
Okay.
He can give and take pretty good. when you're like him and shock value is your favorite thing, you can take it.
condition tape.
Yeah.
She thinks she's just shooting the shit, man. Girl, you are on the chopping block for a conspiracy to commit murder, child endangerment, all this crazy shit. They threatened her with life in prison or the death penalty.
I don't want to be repetitive. I don't know what I missed,
Yeah, I gotcha. I
Yeah,
don't have too much more.
why were you late?
Maybe one more question. I don't want to take your whole day from you. I know you got things to do. But it is interesting getting a very different perspective on everything, because I feel like you're probably the best source of perspective that we've been able to get.
Sure.
With everything that we've talked about, I know we talked about Mario and Shanna and Mario's tenant Henry and Jared. Do you think that it's possible that Mario had tenants do this? Is it even a possibility?
There we go.
I don't see what the benefit would be.
Mm-hmm.
And Mario's a very selfish person.
Mm-hmm.
Mario doesn't do much that doesn't benefit him.
I gotcha.
I just don't see where the benefit
Mm-hmm.
would be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's from everything with Mario has a benefit. So why did he marry Shanna? Was it the financial? He never told me that, but that was a benefit. Do you know what I mean? Like
Right.
I don't. He just seems like that. Like he's.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't see the benefit, and I've spun out about it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I've thought it through in my head, and I'm like, what does he gain?
Mm-hmm.
What does Mario gain? Exactly. Let's talk about that. What does Mario gain? Great questions. Like how she's talking it through with them, and she's being. What does he gain?
Gain by doing this? Because all it has done is blown up Shanna's life.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like she would much rather be squabbling between emails
Yeah.
than what she's dealing with.
I bet.
There's no benefit to this.
Yeah. I agree, and I have run it through my head as well.
Oh, okay. You've agreed and you ran it through your head. What's the benefit here? What is the benefit here? What are you going to say to that? That Mario would hire Henry Tennant to do this.
What have you come up with other than that? Like, and you said,
That's how you follow that up with that.
You're running it through your head.
Well, I mean,
What
I
is
just
it-
try to
what is it
think of things,
kinda-
you know what I mean? Like I told you, like I just try to look at all the pieces that are out there,
Mhm,
and I don't listen to her noise
mhm,
because she unnerves me.
mhm,
And she, you know, this whole thing with her has just been, Shanna did it. You know what I mean? She's been saying that since what, a month after?
mhm.
It's all been, you know what I mean? How with the acrimonious and this and that. You only know what he told you. Do you know what I mean? Like, anyway, I can't figure out the Henry guy. That one, like, that was not what I was expecting. Well, I mean, when I saw him, like, yeah, I mean, you kind of look like a criminal, but like,
Fucking love Kim Jensen, dude. Yeah, I mean, he kind of looked like a criminal. I just didn't see that one coming, man. Like, she's like, who is this man? Like, but this is so accurate, though. Like, I would be saying the same thing. If it was 10 years ago, I'd be doing what she was doing. Now, fuck no. Cop comes knocking on my door. Hell no. I got nothing to say to nobody for no reason because I don't have to. And I refuse. I don't trust. I have trust issues.
Henry guy. That one, like, that was not what I was expecting. Well, I mean, when I saw him, like, yeah, I mean, you kind of look like a criminal, but like, he just didn't look smart enough to pull this off to me. You know what I mean?
He just didn't look smart enough to pull this off to me. Well, he didn't pull it off. He got arrested.
If this was not some rando, which it appears that it wasn't random
Mhm.
to some degree with, you know, the pieces that are out there, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. In my head, I don't know what I expected it to be, but I didn't expect it to be that.
Yeah.
It's just interesting. You said it doesn't appear to be random, and then we have these logical connections that are being made. So, just what is your heart telling you?
What? She just told you that this is not logical to her. That Henry Tenen, who the fuck is Henry Tenen?
I don't know. I mean, in my logical mind, I think if Mario did this, you'd have called one of your military sniper buddies, and it'd have been quick, easy, and nobody would have known the difference.
Mhm.
And he thinks militaristically.
Militaristically. Think about this. Think about this. Think about what she's saying. She's over here baffled because she's like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. What you guys have put out here. Who is this man, Henry Tenen? Who is this? He has military connections. He knows people. Like, why the fuck would he hire Henry Tenen? Exactly, Kim.
Like, you know what I mean? So, like, this guy that I saw, like, it's just, you know what I mean? Like, to me, it's almost like a really bad optic coincidence because I just don't see.
What is your heart telling you?
What is your heart
Well, my
telling?
heart-
What is your? All this guy wants to say is, what is your heart telling you? He's. What is my heart telling me? My heart. What do you fucking mean?
Telling me? My heart's telling me that I know that with the news and the media and everything that, you know, it looks like, you know, there's got to be a connection because Mario's tenant, but at the same time, I don't see what it benefited him.
Mhm.
And even from what I know, like of him as a person, which is not near what I know of Shanna, you know what I mean? He was always just like in the background, like we were acquaintances. Shanna and I were best friends.
Mhm.
I just feel like if he was responsible for this, he would have chosen differently.
Mhm.
I didn't. That guy did not exude a lot of confidence in me that this was Mario's plan.
Yeah.
Not to mention,
I fucking love this woman. Listen, I get what you guys want me to come in here and say that my heart's telling me that, yeah, this is not Mario's plan to hire Henry Tenen. Okay? Like, what? Like, he's not the shooter. He's not, like, I have no idea. Like, listen to everything she just said. That doesn't make any sense. Why? First of all, who's benefiting here? What the fuck? What the hell are you doing? Why? Like, and then now I bet you Kim would say something like, well, Lana, you actually make a lot of sense to say, well, if he gets divorced, what is he getting? And so did he kill? It was the plan never this, but they could only go about it this way because X, Y, and Z, which we're going to get into way later. I want to start talking about some fucking trafficking shit, okay? John Biggerstaff. I bet you if you guys would have arrested John Biggerstaff, ex-cop, and put his name up there, I want to know how Kim Jensen would have felt then. She knows, and they think, are they seriously thinking in their minds, hey, she's saying that she doesn't believe it went down this because she is involved and she knows how it went down. Like, what the fuck? Like, hey, Gardner used to text me back in the day in 2015 and ask me if I knew a hitman that did magical tricks. Like, she would have never. I'm sorry, but she's like, dude.
The fact I still can't come up with the benefit. How does this benefit Mario? For me, that's where my head goes. Is
we still don't understand the benefit of marrying Shanna. You know
what?
I mean, I do think he liked her.
Yeah.
And I do think he even grew. I mean, I think he loved her. I mean, I heard him say, love you, babe. You know what I mean? That was, you know what I mean? But like, he just, I don't know. There's some guys you think, oh, you'd be a great husband. You're the marrying kind. And then there's other ones you think, you'd be better single.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you don't have to follow the rules. You'd be better single. You know what I mean? And when you got a wandering zipper, to me, you should be better single.
I think that's the best.
A wandering zipper.
That's the way I've ever heard that.
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
Hold on.
Like, Mario has a wandering zipper.
Give me one moment. Wandering zipper. All right. Now, do you mind if I quote you on that one later on down the road when I make that joke at a bar or something? Like,
feel free.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, I think that was the thing. My biggest question was, he just, I feel like for him, you know what I mean? Like, because if he didn't have a military background, you know what I mean? Because I mean, you always think, everyone's seen American Sniper. You know what I mean? It's like, surely you got that friend that's a sniper. You know what I mean? Right? I don't know. I've never been in the military. I got a brother who was, but I just think if you were in the military, like,
she's basically saying, Mario, what the fuck? If you did this, you're an asshole. You're an idiot. Like, a wandering zipper. Like, everybody has that sniper friend in the military. I mean, like, what the hell? Why would he ever hire this fucking idiot? Henry Tennant. Who's his tenant? And who they're immediately gonna fucking nose link to you because you're collecting fucking rent from him. Right? Like, and that's why it's just like, yeah, Henry Tennant, because Henry Tennant wasn't involved. Henry Tennant wasn't involved. Did somebody borrow and use Henry Tennant's truck?
better ways,
Well, I mean, I think
not to make myself sound like a criminal because I really
that's
haven't.
assuming that there's a lot of criminals in the military, which.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying sometimes
You're also asking a sniper who, yes, they have the ability,
yeah, but would
the
they?
skill set.
And would they do that for you? What are you?
Right.
What are you going to do for me if I do that? You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like that's my
exactly like you said. Like there's the give and the take.
Right, and that's my thing. What does that give Mario?
Mm-hmm.
You were getting divorced before this. What
Exactly. You're getting divorced before this. Does killing him
is him gone? He was going to be gone from your life if you're not in hers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, what's the benefit?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't make anything. You know what I mean? Like, this didn't make anything better. This made everything worse.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I can see that.
right there for Mario. We're talking about Mario here. What does Mario benefit? Okay, that's the really big question there. Hello. Mario's going to go and do this for what? Shanna Gardner has no fucking money, you guys. Her parents do. So if you think that Shanna Gardner is going to be able to pay off Mario for this, how is that going to happen? That would have had to already have happened, right? And that's what they're going to try to say, is that that's why they got married and that he was the person in charge of the trust. What? Yeah, but as soon as they're going to get divorced, then what happens? It's Shanna Gardner's trust. Because guess what? When you get divorced, you get to split assets. So you're going to get half of whatever the house is worth. So out of the deal, basically, you can get half of the house when it sells. And that's going to be your hit money. It's the only way that you're ever going to be able to. And then one should ask themselves where the fuck Henry Tennant comes in and these fucking checks that are after the murder. Because they know that's not how it went. They knew that these checks were not for that. Okay? You have to go look about the truck. Shanna Gardner was divorcing Mario. And she made it known to the school in January. Then all of a sudden, what? Mario's just like, I'm going to go kill Henry Tennant. I'm going to go kill Jared Bright again. Why? Let me explain this. I don't have to kill Jared Bright again. I'm already married. We get divorced and I'm getting half of everything. You understand? So why would I kill Jared Bright again? Fine, great. Can't wait till we get married or can't wait till we get divorced. I'm going to get half of my money. Because when we got married, what? I'm going to get half of what? The house. And what if I told you guys, there's also other vehicles involved in this. They just fixated on this one vehicle. There's a white van, there's a white truck, and there's a sedan. But it makes no sense to me that Mario is killing. Let me go kill Jared. Oh, we're getting divorced. And so I just killed him. And then people could say, no, Lana, that's all a lie. They really weren't going to get divorced. What? They didn't end up staying together. Shanna Gardner doesn't know these people. The John Biggerstaff and Marie Biggerstaffs of the world. And who the fuck are friends of. She doesn't know who Mario's friends are, who he hangs out with. It's just not going to come across how it seems. And unless you're able to show how, like they said, hey, they got married so that she married a hitman. No, they got married because Jared wouldn't let the kids be around him unless they were married at the house. So he was like a nanny.
Well, we're still digging
I hired a nanny and a hitman. I mean, how do you advertise for that?
into it, so
Yeah.
we're gonna keep digging into it. Do you have any other questions?
Just for clarification, you had mentioned earlier about you don't listen to her noise because it unnerves you. Who's her?
Kirsten.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you were talking about Shanna
No. Just Kirsten just bothers me. It's just from the day one.
Day one of the murder?
The morning after.
The morning after.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it has been, she told Shanna, whatever you do, don't talk to the media, don't talk to the press, don't say his name in the press.
Mm-hmm.
Shanna said, okay.
Yeah.
Shanna was silent. And I feel like she took those next several weeks to create this narrative of all the bad things that he told her about Shanna. I mean, I think she was in his phone at one point. I know she was in his phone at one point as
You guys know that she was on the phone with him right before he was shot on a 3-way call with her brother. And then the brother hung up. And so it was just Jared and her. And then she's like, and then Jared got like quiet. And then she's just like, all right, well, I'm going to go. And then so like, that's how and then so he got off the phone. And that's the same that happened in the Drake case in a way. But she was on the phone with him. And when the toll records came back for the phone records, because she had called her brother, okay, and then they had called him on 3-way or whatever, or like he had called, so then like she like merged the call, all right. It then didn't show up as like a phone call between him and her, so just that's going to be an interesting part of the trial. But yeah.
the picture of Voldemort
I'm sorry.
at one point as the picture of Voldemort.
I'm sorry.
What?
Okay. That's how he had Shanna. That's how Jared had Shanna in his phone as Voldemort.
I apologize. I'm gonna need a little reference.
Harry Potter? Come on, bro.
Harry
The
Potter.
one thing.
All right, we'll talk later.
Okay.
It's just a scary guy. You know what I mean?
Okay,
He's
all right.
you know, it's like a monster kind of thing. You know what I mean? That's what her picture was, because the kids were saying, "Mom, when we FaceTime you, there's a monster." You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And then the girl in between the two of them said it was Voldemort, and that's how he had her picture. You know what I mean? So it's like, and I just feel like, I don't know. My analytical mind says you are trying way too hard to push everything to Shanna and not even let anyone connect dots themselves with actual information that we have.
Alright.
That
Well,
bothers me.
fortunately, we don't
I know.
do our job off of what the media or people say. We take a very, I've dedicated my last year of my life to this case, and
Yeah.
we don't listen to outside noise. So
Yeah.
we go where the facts are.
Well, I'm grateful for that, because if you were listening to social media, the case had been closed
I
in
can tell
April.
you right now, I quit with social media years ago. I can't even. It's just it's a waste of my time. But
Yeah.
I'll date myself. I graduated from college before Facebook was a thing.
Mhm.
So never had one, never will. And once you don't take that first hit of social media, it's pretty easy to stay off of it entirely,
The only reason I had any social media accounts was because I wanted to know who my kids' friends were. Because you can learn a lot of things, because kids are stupid, and I learn more things from your friends than I do from you sometimes.
You're right.
So
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And I'm the cool mom. Everyone comes to my house, or back in the day, they'd come to my house, and so
It's funny you say that, just because, again, don't do social media and everything, but like we do a carpool for school, and I was picking up these other kids in the neighborhood, and I thought it was going to kind of mess with my one-on-one time with my kid, like I wasn't going to get that me and him talking, but then having that other person in the car,
you learned a lot of things.
would elicit more conversation.
Yep.
Than the good, fine, all right.
my kid drives me crazy. I'm like, what'd you do today? Nothing.
Yeah.
And then my wife will be like, you gotta like, and she'll start, and he'll start, and I'm like, what the hell, man? Like, I just tell me how your damn day was.
Yeah. I've learned, like, you got to do the open-ended questions.
Yeah.
You can't do the define. You got to be like, what'd you do at recess today?
That's
It's
what
like,
she does with them. And it gets
What was your favorite part of the day?
yeah. What was your least favorite part?
Yeah.
Of the day?
Yeah.
I wish I had your life.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God, I would take that in a heartbeat.
Exactly.
So,
But
oh man, let me think here. So, let's see. Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of like, I've been helping out a little bit, you know, with the whole homicide investigation.
Exactly.
You know,
Who
it's
are
like
you?
I don't know everything.
I don't think anybody does.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, because
Somebody's still out there.
right, yeah. So I'm just, I'm just trying to help out when I can. Of course, it doesn't help that I show up late to the interview.
No, you're fine. I showed up
I
early.
apologize.
I told you,
man.
I showed up early.
Yeah,
Like
so-
I told him, I was like, oh, I have a 10:30, and I was like, but I'll come after. And then,
yeah. So do you work with a landscaping company also?
Oh no, I just have labs to be drawn.
Oh, okay.
I was just running to the doctor to get labs. That was all.
Oh, all right. So everything all right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Routine.
Good. I should probably go to the doctor at some point. Really?
It's like, because his ankle's hurting. You know what I mean?
Very true.
So I guess you could kind of do in any interview, regardless, whether I've been from the beginning or wherever I picked up. Just I always end it with like, tell me your thoughts on where, depending on who the person is, how do you think things are? Where, if you have any other input or anything else you can add, like, go ahead.
I really told you all I got. I mean, I just, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just kind of watching this as it unfolds like the rest of the world, but I try to keep mine to press conferences and
Right.
things like that, I really don't have any other thoughts other than what I've shared,
Well, hopefully this will all be over soon for the kids, and they can kind of start moving on and
hopefully
get it all straightened
What?
out.
Oh, I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm being rude, but you said one of the tenants was a smoker. Which one was that?
I don't know. I just know she said one of them was a smoker, so
Okay.
she avoided.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I just okay. No, if you don't know, you don't know. No problem.
And I don't even know if that's current. You know what I mean? Like he's had that house the whole time they were married. I don't know how much turnover there is in the tenancy. I have no idea.
Right.
Okay. And I learned that probably at the beginning of her marriage. So unless, you know what I mean? Like I don't, because that was a thing.
Yeah.
That was a thing that, you know what I mean? Like any friend that he had that smoked was not allowed to come inside the house because she was that allergic.
I get that.
Oh yeah. No, it's disgusting. I can't.
Yeah. But like she would react to it on your clothes. You didn't have to be smoking. Like she reacted if it was on your clothes.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I remember that specifically that somebody there smoked.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that okay. I mean, you don't know, you don't know. Can't think.
So I feel like I'm only helpful to a point.
Well, you're more helpful than anything. Like I was saying earlier, it's difficult finding someone who knows, before, during, after, kind of both sides, and that's difficult.
Well, like I said, you would have had a whole slew of people if there wasn't such transiency and move-ins, move out. You know what I mean? Like there used to be the whole building knew who that family was, especially when that family attended. Like you'd have, you know what I mean? But at this point in time, people come and go, and you know what I mean, who they keep in contact with and who they don't.
Yeah, no, it's tough. It's tough. So I mean, it's been, and we may, if you don't mind, I may call you in the future just to sit down again and see what where things are, if you don't mind. Because I think a lot of times, it's nice to kind of keep that grounded perspective, you know what I mean, in terms of like, we get all this information in, right? And then we try and make sense of it. And it's like, okay, well, this person's telling me this about this person's telling me this about this person. Where does it make sense and where does it fall in? And, sometimes I think it's best to sit down with somebody that knows this person and run those things against that person and see, okay, what are we getting and how do we make sense of it? So.
You've known, I mean, I feel like you're in a spot because I think one thing Lamont said was you've known Jared for a long time, right?
I think he was like 12 or 13 when his family moved here.
Oh wow, okay. From
I think it was the Midwest,
okay.
somewhere there. I don't know exactly. Somewhere.
How old was he when he died? I don't know. I should, but I don't.
Was he
He
30?
came into
30.
the investigation a little late.
Yeah.
33,
33.
maybe? Is that what it said? I don't know.
I always make that mistake assuming everybody's the same age as me, and I can't do that anymore.
I think he was 33, I think. Because I think there's 2 years between him and Shanna, and she's 35.
Oh, okay.
I think.
She
Maybe.
old?
So yeah, 20 years.
I need to look. I need to go back and look.
I
It's been
think.
so long since I looked at that stuff.
Pretty sure she's 30. I know she's 35, and I think, well, yeah, because you see it all over the news. 33-year-old father of 4.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
She's 35, so she's older than him.
She's older than him.
That's interesting. Normally it's the other way
I
around.
normally do see the other way around. Yeah.
So you got like 20 years of history with Jared, and
Well,
what was he like as a kid? Just like.
they asked me that the first time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He was an ass.
Okay. Like,
He
How was he? Was going to be like, if you knew some of the dating before, was always baffling to me.
mhm.
Like if you heard the story of how, this girl's been crying for 3 months for whatever you did to her, and you know what I mean? And then,
I mean, he didn't have a wandering zipper, did he?
I have no idea.
Gotcha. I'm sorry. I just wanted to use your phrase.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
but I mean, you don't know people sometimes.
Yeah.
I would doubt it.
Gotcha. Okay.
What
Was he just rude or?
he's very controlling.
Okay.
He's a narcissist.
All right.
Which is so funny to me because that's what they've painted Shanna in the news to be, as a narcissist. And it makes me laugh. I'm like, no, she marries narcissists. she isn't one. She marries them.
Yeah.
Successfully.
Attached them.
Yeah, like,
interesting you say that. So you would describe Mario as a narcissist as well?
yeah, in a different way.
Yeah. No, I got you.
He's in a different way.
Like which way?
Like some narcissists, like, I don't know, like for Jared. So like we walked in the door one time, me and Shanna, into her house, and like there's a box of hair dye sitting on the counter.
Mhm.
Just sitting there. And I'm like, did you forget to do something? And she's like, I didn't get that. And then when I left, well, I just put that there because I thought you'd look so much better if your hair was that color. Like, ooh, did you know what I mean? When they were splitting, his things were more like,
Wow.
when they were splitting up, it was, she would call me on a Sunday and make sure I was going because she was going to sit with me, especially because they were just trading off, even under the same roof with the kids every couple days.
Yeah.
And she would say, are you going to be there? Yes. And she'd just put me on mute and she'd turn the phone over.
Yeah.
Or I put me on mute.
Right.
She'd turn the phone upside down and he'd come in. What are you doing? Getting ready for church. My church? No one wants you there. They all think you're a whore. You know what I mean? Like things like that's the Jared I know. This one that the news is talking about, everybody loved him. He's hand-to-man knavery in the neighborhood. He couldn't do crap. He couldn't fix anything when he's married to her. Nothing. Now he's like building garden boxes and doing all the things. I mean, maybe he watches YouTube. I don't know.
Right.
I'm just saying what I see and what I
Maybe he's
knew,
watching you.
Right.
not
Doing
saying.
yourself videos.
Although I do believe he had to have some form of an evolution
Mhm.
between Shanna and then Emily, and then you lost 2 in a row, and then the new wife, like something had to change, and
Right.
his image was very, very important to him.
Gotcha.
Whereas Mario, I don't really think he cares about his image, or because if you did, you wouldn't post half the stupid crap he used to post. You know what I mean? You're gonna post some anti-God thing on Easter, like what the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
What the hell's wrong
I don't
with
think he cares what you think,
Mm-hmm.
but he just, I don't know.
She's
he-
right. She's right.
He's just different. I feel like I know he's a narcissist.
He's different
His
being Mario.
Mario's
Okay.
different. Mario is different than Jared. I don't think Jared cheated on Shanna. I know Shanna didn't cheat on Jared.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? All the nights he accused her of being gone, she was on my couch. So, you know what I mean? So those are the things that I wish that the public could see the other side,
Mm-hmm.
but she doesn't want the kids to grow up and read things.
So what was this probably no real bearing or anything, but I know there was the one news company went and interviewed her trainer. What was the deal with that? What was the
Yeah.
backstory of all that? And
That was not her trainer, for starters.
It was not.
Which is so comical because, you know, the same news company said that her trainer
Ding,
was
ding,
Mario.
ding.
She didn't even
Ding, ding, ding. That is accurate. And they know it's accurate.
meet Mario until years after she divorced Jared. And they alluded, you know what I mean? It was like, oh, Mario was her trainer at Crawford. No, it's all stupid. It's all stupid. Like,
she's right. She's 1000% accurate here.
nothing that he said married up with what actually was, because she ended up dating the guy after they were divorced.
That guy?
Not the guy that was talking.
Who was that guy? Did she ever even know him?
Anonymity. The guy that she was her trainer.
Mm-hmm.
He was two-time, and he was, you know, he was the flirt at the Y, and he had a girlfriend out of town, and he was telling her that Shanna was a stalker, and really, you know, he's telling her all the things, you know, you need to leave that guy or whatever, you know what I mean? So I don't believe that whoever they talked to, which their name never came out,
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't the trainer. It
so
wasn't.
You
him.
think that guy was just trying to create?
He saw the reward, is what I think. You asked me what my thoughts are. That's
Yeah,
what I thought.
yeah.
He saw the reward and thought, oh, well, I'll say, you know what I mean? And I can't tell you that she didn't know other people that went out. You know what I mean? They would go out.
This fucking trial is going to be lit as a tit with the characters that are coming into this fucking courtroom. Kim Jensen, thank you so much. Thank you so much. If you're ever going to watch this and you see this, or I see you, I am going to say, I'm so sorry for what you've been through. Okay. She was so brutally honest about everything, how she saw it, her views. This is my opinions, blah, blah. And how they came at her and said, you're part of the conspiracy. What the fuck are you talking about? Because, oh my God, we had text messages from 2015. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? During the height, like that's like when you're getting divorced. Give me a break. Yeah.
She was socialized, whatever, but like
funeral potatoes and shit like that with Susan and blah, blah, blah. I mean, it is pathetic. Yeah. Gardner's over here asking her 40 and 50-year-old girlfriends to find her fucking hitmen. And hey, oh, you're married to a black guy, so we should call her up because black people know people.
Yeah.
my analytical mind says, okay, by your own admission, we were out drinking, you know, 8 years ago. And I remember her saying, you know, I wish
tattoo guy that testifies, all these people that think that they're going to testify and how this is going to hit. I cannot wait for these cross-examinations. Cannot wait for these cross-examinations. It's bizarre. It's going to be bizarre because if they do these trials together, where Gardner and Mario is sitting at the, I don't know how you can, because I think some of the stuff is not relevant, like so not relevant. But if they try to say, well, it's relevant because it has to do with him or like her, or like, it's like, yeah, but for the other person. So guess what they said they were going to do? They're going to have two different juries. And then they're going to excuse the one jury during testimony that has nothing to do with that person. That would be like not relevant. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Now, has it happened? Of course. But I'm saying I've never been part of covering a case like this. How you can interview people like this and these guys say, this woman's full of shit. This woman is full of shit. We have these text messages. Well, then why don't you fucking ask her about the text messages? Why don't you give her a chance to answer these text messages that you would have already went through, right? Because you done got her shit in 2022. Okay, but they had to act like we didn't go through anything. Because we're gonna act like there's a fake taint team and all this bullshit. These people are so fucked, it's not even funny. And the difference is that Ann Taylor in the Idaho 4 case, she's a public defender. Okay, yep, she can go out there and get experts, blah, blah, blah. But as a lawyer for her, it was her and then they added Big Morrow at the end and whatever. Gardner went out. Well, first of all, Mario has a really good team too. That Jesse guy's fucking sharp as a whip. I really like him. He's my black horse for this trial. I think people are gonna love him. Jesse Dreiser. Never seen him before, but I just love him. And then Diane, whatever category she gets for this case, because that's how she likes to break up her cases. It's like, okay, I'm going to focus on the cross of the police. Okay. Or I'm going to that's how she likes to operate. So you break them down into categories. So I'm just really curious how they're going to be breaking this up, because also, and who's going to do the opening? Like, they got Jose. Everybody, Jose, right? Well, I think Jose wants another stab at Detective Johns and Lamont. All right. I know. So I could see him being like, I want Johns. Just because he lied. He lied under oath.
Someone could shut him up. Okay. In the heat of everyone separate, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my sister's going through an awful divorce now too, and she's like, my life will never be peace till he's dead. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean she's going to put a hit out on him. You know what I mean? I think every angry, bitter divorce, you say things that are not necessarily.
Do you see her? She's talking like, see how the language that she's using? Like, it's like
dead. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean she's going to put a hit out on him. You know what I mean? I think every angry, bitter divorce, you say things that are not necessarily you mean.
Yeah, no.
And if this would have happened 8 years ago, I might have had more thoughts. But you know what I mean? Like, you're
right there. If this would have happened 8 years ago, I might have had more thoughts. But what do you mean by that? You know, see how she just says it right there, because she knows, yeah, like, if this would have happened 8 years ago at the height of this, like, then that's somebody snapping and going fucking, woo, right? Like, yeah, fucking, then I would have different opinions. This happens at this time, and it's just like, what? Like, that was so far, like, wasn't even on her mind.
halfway through your sentence of, you know what I mean, sharing. Like, why now? Things were even right now. Things were even keeled between the two of them. So, like, doesn't make sense.
Gotcha.
Yeah, was Mario pissed off about that? Was Mario jealous of that? Was Mario like, oh, now all of a sudden, like, you and Jared think that you're fine, you're in this way, watch me. I mean, I just don't see the benefit here that people are trying to say, and there is zero connection here. And I think that's just what she feels like. And she's like, this is wild. You're gonna tell me, and then what? That Gardner just sat back and said, wait, let's just wait till it looks like it's such a good timing that everything's great in our lives. And well, no, because you went and told the school that you guys are getting divorced. Okay. What? Well, maybe Mario's like, well, here, if I kill Jared, then she won't divorce me. I don't know. But that what the police are going to what the state is trying to say makes absolutely no sense. And now it even makes us look like we've been right the whole time, because Henry Tennant finally gets a chance to be in the courtroom. And he's like, hello, I gave false testimony. I did not shoot anybody. Okay. They just told me. And that's what he said. He's like, I had all of these things were pointing bad towards me, because I personally believe that somebody borrowed his truck and he had no idea what the fuck was going on. I do. Henry Tennant did not shoot anybody. And I could even be wrong about that, because that's even saying that something would be, hey, that this truck would be used for what it was used for. They went and what was it? And I want to qualify my last statement. Okay. When I found out that Mario helped John Bickerstaff go and like load up and do all of the stuff with like the tables and chairs for his son's wedding. Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have friends that are like, I'm not loading all this shit up in my truck, and my truck's gonna get all fucking scratched up and dented. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? So there are people out there. So like, I just have a question for you guys. Is it at all possible that, well, hey, Henry, I'm going to use that fucking nasty ass truck that you have to move these fucking tables and chairs and canopies and all this crap that they went and got at the Mayport, wherever the hell they went, outdoors place. I'm just saying, I'm keeping all my options open with, is that the reason that they had that blue truck and it was around the area? I don't fucking know, man. But those cops knew that Henry Tennant was not the shooter and they had no problem railroading him. And that's a problem that I have. That is not what you do. Okay. They know that Henry Tennant was not involved like that. They know that he was not the shooter and that you are taking false testimony because you threatened him and you coerced him into saying what you wanted him to say because, hey, listen, you're going down regardless. We have X, Y, and Z. If you cooperate with us and then you're gonna get the deal and you'll get 15. Okay. How do you say that to a man that you know did not do the shooting? And then when he tells you this stuff and he can't answer any questions and he doesn't know his right arm from his left arm, you know that it's not. And then you basically refuse to talk to him and get him to tell you about how this all happened because you know that he can't give you those answers. Tell me that is not abusing your power. Tell me that that's justice. That's not justice at all. And that's not ethical. It's also against the law, right? You can't go around violating people's rights. And then they gave Henry Tennant some fucking good old boy fucking shitty ass attorney that just sat there and let all of this fucking occur. And I hope to God that Jose Baez takes it to Alan motherfucking Chipperfield. Somebody needs to take it to him because it's absolute bullshit that you're going to have your client signing all this shit and agreeing to all this stuff. And you know that he didn't fucking shoot nobody. He doesn't know anything. Fuck you, Alan Chipperfield. I have no problem saying it. Fuck you. We'll see you on the next one. Kim Jensen, we stand with you. Truth and transparency. This is ridiculous.
There was a question I wanted to ask to something you said, and I'm just trying to replay it in my head. Mario's a different type of narcissist. Jared was. I mean, did you warn Shanna about Jared's attitude with the women he dated? Or
I didn't know Shanna until after she married him. She married him. He left, went to Utah.
Gotcha.
They only dated through text.
Oh, really?
She visited Florida one time.
Mm-hmm.
I did not get introduced to her, and then he went out there, and then a couple weeks later they got married. Like it was another. I mean, it was like history repeated itself. That was my thing. It was like you didn't know him either, and look, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. You know what I mean? Like what is your deal with not knowing men before you marry them? But it was a quick one. Like I guess on paper they were back and forth with text, but like physical contact dating. I don't know, 2 weeks. But I mean, she was set up by Carly.
Mm-hmm. Is it normal? Is that like a normal
in the church?
Yeah.
What's normal like our courtship thing? Like if you could say there was a normal or average.
Because I've heard like multiple things, so
I think it really depends on your parents.
Mm-hmm.
Like. Ain't no kid of mine would be marrying somebody after 2 months because I'd lose my crap on you. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? If I'm paying for this wedding, we're going to know somebody. Yeah. All of us are going to know somebody. Okay.
Yeah.
But, you know, a lot of kids, they'll go out to BYU and, you know, you get out there in January and, you know, by April, you're going to, you know, that's usually the joke.
Yeah. Are
they going to hold out? Are they going to be engaged by the end of the semester? You know what I mean? Like, it's not uncommon. But one of the things that I will say is like in the church, and I don't know if it works this way in all churches, but you know, in the LDS church, like Mormons are known for being honest and trusting. And they say more Mormons are in the CIA than any other religion of people, because they're known for their honesty and this and that and the other. And so I think a lot of times girls, and maybe even guys, think that if you've got the resume of you're a member of the church and you checked all the boxes, then this will be great. We have the same core value, belief system, whatever. And I do believe that it is easier when, it's like a Catholic, and I got a friend that's Catholic and a Jew. They're married, they make it work, but it'd be a lot easier if they were both the same.
Yeah,
right.
You know what I mean? Because your kids, what are you? Are you mom or your dad?
in combination.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're encouraged to marry within the church because it does make things easier, especially for the kids. You know what I mean? You don't have to go to mass in one day, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I would say it's not unusual, but the more time that passes, people are seeing that, marriages are breaking apart left, right, and center, no matter what your faith is.
Right.
And even in the church, they used to hold this standard where, if you're married in the church, you know what I mean? Like, we had this statistic that, the families stay together longer. That's not true anymore.
Right.
And I think as this generation is.
These are more just a sign of the times, really.
Right. Too many questions now, which is not a bad thing. That's a good thing for me. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not asking questions, you're not stretching, you're not growing, you're, don't just believe something, go find the answer. You know what I mean? Like, don't just believe what someone tells you.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we haven't learned that in the past few years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just don't take something at face value because, your governor said it or the president said it or whatever. Like, you need to do your homework a little bit.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I think that's what's I think this generation isn't just satisfied with, well, this is how mom did it and grandma did it and great grandma did it. You know what I mean? And so today, I don't think that is as prevalent as it was, 15 years ago, 14 years ago when Shanna got married the first time.
Yeah, because we're not that far removed. Like, it's just funny how quickly things have changed,
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I think
that's it.
Yeah.
I think that's it. I think that's how we can just go ahead and say, yep, she's a co-conspirator. The next time that Kim Jensen will be hauled in and they do not record it is in July of 2023, and they follow her around. They're in a car, and she's going to the grocery store, and then they box her in, and they're like, "You need to come with us." And she's like, "What?" Like, "Yeah, just come down to the station. We need to talk to you." Blah blah blah. She's like, "What?" She shows up down there, and then she walks into this room that had all of these huge, big poster board size, and then there's Henry, Mario, her, Shanna Gardner. And she's like, "What is this?" Yeah. You conspired with Shanna Gardner to do this, and it started back in 2015. And then started showing these little text messages. And she's like, "What the fuck?" She's like, "That's not what? Yeah. Crazy. And they didn't record see how this is on hello? We're on television. Hello. Why didn't they record that in July, right before Shanna Gardner was arrested? This would have been after Mario was arrested in March. So next month, Mario gets arrested here. Then a couple more months will go by. Then they bring her in and do what I just told you guys about. They don't record it. They don't video record it. They don't make notes about it. No police report. Nothing. They act like it fucking doesn't happen. Like, what? Get the fuck out of here. Shut the fuck up. That is unbelievable. Jared Bridegan deserves better. Because this is the type of shit where Jared might not get proper justice in this case because these cops decided to do God knows what.
Is there anything, you got any questions or anything like that? I like to ask people that.
Can I see what your thoughts are?
Nice try.
You asked.
Yeah.
I was honest.
They said, "Nice try. Nice try." What do you mean, nice try? It's not a nice try. I'm curious. What do you guys think that happened here? You guys arrest Henry Tenen, who I'm telling you that looks like he's fucking lost in La La Land. Has no clue what the fuck's going on.
My thoughts are that I will stay open-minded and we'll look at everything that comes in.
Oh, open-minded my ass. Open-minded. Are you fucking high? Open-minded my ass. You guys are tunnel vision since day 2 when you hired the ATF to get on the case and you put Lindsay Butler on this case as a criminal researcher, and you fucking hid you didn't have her write up a report so her name could be hidden from the whole thing. You guys are so full of shit. It's not even funny. And I just cannot. Thank God Shanna Gardner's parents have a bunch of money, because that ass is all going to get spread all over in this trial. All this bullshit, it's all coming out. And Judge Kite's going to let it all happen. I don't think she's one of the corrupt people, so let's see if I'm right.
But other than that question, do you have any questions?
I don't.
Okay. Did I give you a card the last time we spoke?
Probably.
No, if I didn't, here's another card. You can call me anytime or email me anytime. That phone number goes to all of my devices, so
Okay.
I'm pretty easy to get a hold of. Something comes up, something pops in your mind, or I know it sounds like you're a lot like me and running things through your head. So if something pops in there that maybe makes sense to some questions that we were asking here today, just feel free to give us a call.
Yeah.
And other than that, I think I'm good.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just
hope I didn't take too much of your time. I know.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I know. I'm racking my brain. I don't want to keep you here any longer than you've already been really gracious to me with us. I guess I'm good. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm sorry. Do you mind if I do think of something else? Again, because when you're late to the party, whether today or through the whole thing, it's just, sometimes you need to fresh it out, be overly repetitive. But if I would like to ask you some questions later on, would you mind if I did that?
No, like, just call me?
Yeah, just call you or whatever.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, unless you just really enjoy hanging out in this room with that alligator.
Yeah, this is our he's our buddy.
Is he?
Yeah, he's been
He
here
don't
through
help
it all.
much. He's not very talkative.
Yeah, he's heard a lot of things, but he doesn't complain. So
Probably doesn't eat much.
no, he walked you out.
All right. Well, it's nice to meet you.
You also. Take care, and again, thank you. And apologize for being late.
Again, I was early. Y'all have a good weekend.
Take care.
All right, and that's that. Any final thoughts? Any final thoughts on that? Wow. Co-conspirator, big bad wolf, Kim Jensen. Look out, you guys. I just can't even. Can't even. Wow. So absolutely crazy. Let's see.
As well as Google and iCloud search warrants.
In the returns of those items, devices, and returns, did you find the same conversations that you had found on Ms. Jensen's phone?
Some of the conversations were there, but a lot of the conversations were not.
So like the ring cloud, the cloud of the ring footage, you were expecting to see evidence that was not present on Ms. Gardner's devices.
That's correct.
All of this stuff has a really good chance of getting thrown out due to these search warrants.
Correct. In fact, there's actually a search warrant. It wasn't a subpoena. They referred to it as a subpoena.
8/22/2022. Can I call you later? Sure. I totally got distracted and forgot to call you back yesterday. Sorry. Did I send you the ring subpoena. 2022. So that's all after talking to them.
Who might have passed by the residence. Miss Gardner showed the ring to the detective, and correct. In fact, there's actually a search warrant. It wasn't a subpoena. They referred to it as a subpoena.
No, I thought you already gave them the ring. Give me a minute.
And then State's Exhibit 14, this is a text with Ms. Jensen, also regarding the cloud. And can you describe for the court what the significance of these texts?
I was thinking about it, and it seems to me that with the same number, everything from both lines will be synced to the cloud, and this is all irrelevant without a new ID. Unknown. No, I have my old one, but I just didn't sync it, so I have my contacts and nothing else. Why? Or unknown. Why?
This is September 2022.
This is Miss Jensen basically stating that without her creating a new cloud ID, all of her data would just essentially be backed up to the secondary cell phone, which would defeat the purpose of having a second phone.
And Ms. Jensen makes a comment. I was thinking about that damn cloud.
Correct.
When you received, most of the evidence that we've discussed in this hearing came from the cell phone of Kim Jensen.
That's correct.
Did you do examinations of cell phones, devices, clouds, returns for Shanna Gardner?
Yes, we did. We did cell phone downloads as well as Google and iCloud search warrants.
In the returns of those items, devices, and returns, did you find the same conversations that you had found on Ms. Jensen's phone?
Some of the conversations were there, but a lot of the conversations were not.
So like the ring cloud, or I'm sorry, the cloud of the ring footage, you were expecting to see evidence that was not present on Ms. Gardner's devices.
That's correct.
Henry Tennant was eventually arrested and charged with third party.
That's correct.
And do you recall the date on which that occurred, or the time period on which that occurred?
Early January 2023.
Leading up to the arrest of Henry Tennant, were there investigative techniques being pursued by the Jacksonville Beach Police Department?
Yes, during the time that we knew we were going to announce the charges against Tennant, we'd also received a court order for a wire intercept.
And a wire intercept to intercept phone, text, and audio communications between Ms. Gardner, Mr. Fernandez Saldana, and other individuals of interest.
That's correct.
To the point where they became significant to your investigation.
There was a continuation of this type of texting between them throughout their.
I laugh every time we go to a cookout and I ask to make funeral potatoes. I even made them for the ward Christmas party. And that is 5/6/2015. Bah, perfect. P.S. Matt would never do it. He wants to. Anywho.
Entire relationship that we were aware of starting in 2015 through
LOL.
And I would say that the messages are much more vulgar than this.
So here we have, again, on State's Composite Exhibit 8, text messages from 2015. Shanna Gardner saying, I would happily watch them give him a lethal objection. They're talking about they would love to see him get the death penalty and they can make a casserole. And moving on, again, State's Composite Exhibit 8, more text messages. And in these ones, there's a discussion. Can you describe to the court where this discussion develops?
These are essentially theories.
These ones, there's a
Shit. I'm just not having a good day, Kim, then. This is 2015. Don't write the day off as a bad yet. I still trying to send stupid to prison. If I can't make a casserole, prison is the next best option. Then I could see you and stupid taking a road trip next year. Maybe a road trip that he disappears from. LOL. Casserole. Part of me wants Jared to lay a hand on me so that Matt will make him disappear. Who's he kidding? He'll be dancing in the streets when he's gone. True. You don't deserve it because you're not perfect like him. Oh, I am hoping so badly for a casserole party. LOL. Tell me when to turn the oven to 350.
Discussion, can you describe to the court where this
In 2015.
discussion develops?
Ms. Jensen refers to Jared as stupid.
Okay, so stupid. So what direction does this conversation take?
It's essentially just more about
When did you ask her? So we went through your guys' messages, and it was because we didn't want to tell them that we had their phone records. We don't want to fucking like get to the bottom of something. We just want to assume shit. It's very bizarre that they're allowed to just assume whatever they want.
other things.
Her text message about the first time she brings out the word hitman in discussions with Ms. Jensen. Can you describe to the court what this conversation centers around and how it develops?
Essentially, Ms. Gardner's upset. She says it's too late to get a hitman. I'm serious. I think Ms. Jensen is trying to kind of talk her down a little bit. And then they move on to basically where they start talking about does she know anyone that could actually carry out this plan?
And we see that down here in the bottom. You can draw this picture if there's anything you want to circle.
All right, so then I want to remind everybody exactly what Jose Baez kind of goes at here when he does a cross-examination of John's and is like, what the hell is all this shit? So it's like, let's see. Okay.
It's an extraction report. Okay. So now we're going to find out who Kim Jensen is. Now, this is what threw me off earlier because the state.
Oh, here we go. Hold on one second. That's not the right one. We want full bond. There we go.
Statement to Justin that yes.
And these texts are dated.
Okay, so what a homicide case to be your first, right? Quite a lot of attention.
Yes.
Okay, and a lot of attention comes with some pressure, right?
Yes.
Pressure to do the job right.
That's right.
Okay, so, sir, I want to kind of go back. Now, you know, of course, when you testified that it was an acrimonious divorce, correct?
Correct.
And that a majority of the issues that they had between the two of them were child custody issues, correct?
That's correct.
As part of your job and part of the investigation, it would have been for you to not just take people's words for it, but to actually check the docket of the cases that were involved between Jared Wright and Shanna Gardner, correct?
I would say that's true, but in this case, that's language coming directly from the defendant.
Okay. But of course, you would verify that, right?
In this case, I didn't feel that I needed to verify words that I'm using that she stated. But yes, they were verified.
Okay. And who verified them? You?
I did not know.
Okay. But as this being your case, of course, the information came to you.
Yes.
And you relied on your testimony based on all the information that you gathered, correct?
Correct.
Some of which you did, some of which you did not do, correct?
That's fair, yes.
Okay, so, sir, are you aware, in fact, that a majority of the issues, well, if not all the issues, revolved around money and not child custody, as you testified?
I have not read all of the arguments or motions that were filed in their case. I'm solely going off of what I learned during interviews.
So,
Boom.
tell me if
So he just says to him, so are you aware that all of the issues that they had was not about custody, but it was about money issues? Money. It was never about custody. Like Shanna Gardner not do this because she wanted to have the kids full time. You understand? Very, very important.
if you take issue with what I'm about to tell you, you're aware that Shanna filed for divorce in February of 2015, correct?
Correct, yes.
And in fact, it was resolved on July of 15, that same year, correct?
That's correct.
So it's quite a quickie divorce, wouldn't you say?
I'm not sure. I don't
You never
I don't have
Are you fucking kidding me? February to July. This is really important. It was a pretty quickie divorce. Yeah, that's pretty quick to be divorced. To file and then be divorced by July of 2020 or 2015.
Of experience in how long divorce proceedings typically take.
You've never had the pleasure of being divorced.
I didn't say that. I just said I'm not a family law person. I don't know how long it takes.
Okay, but you would agree, you wouldn't characterize 5 months as a long drawn out divorce.
It would appear. I would assume it's fairly typical.
And
5 months is not fairly typical at all. That is fast as fuck.
as included in that agreement was, of course, the parenting agreement, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
As well as custody, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. And the first issue that occurred was in January of 16 when Shanna Gardner asked for child support against Jared Brightigan, correct?
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Okay, well, you're also aware that Jared Brightigan moved to Utah in November of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
And he got a job over there, correct?
That is correct.
And it's when he was working and away from the well, let me clarify that. Shanna Gardner stayed in Jacksonville with the children, correct?
She did, yes.
Okay. And Jared goes away to Utah. He gets a job there, and then she files asking for child support, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And are you aware that he objected to paying child support and then moved back to Florida so he didn't have to pay child support?
Yes, sir. In fact, Ms. Gardner made a statement during an interview with her that she was calling his bluff to see if he would pay the child support or come back.
Okay. And then ultimately on September of 2017, the court ordered him to pay $1,000 a month child support, correct?
Okay.
Okay. Now, subsequent to that, in January of 18, Jared filed against Shanna a petition on an issue dealing with the fact that he was paying more for health insurance for the children, correct?
Okay.
And at that point, sir, he was granted relief and his child support was reduced $65 a month. Are you aware of that?
No, it was not.
Okay. Now, subsequent to that, on February of 19, Jared filed for a modification of child support, claiming that Ms. Gardner had rental property income, so therefore she's making more money, he should pay less. Are you aware of that?
No, it was not.
Okay. So you're not aware that he's 2 weeks later subsequently dismissed it upon finding out that there were no rental properties?
The only thing I know of their proceedings are, as far as other than the dockets, are what was told to me, mostly by Mrs. Gardner.
Okay, but my question is are you aware of that?
That it was dismissed?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Then, are you aware that in April of 2019, Jared Brightigan objected to having the children in, I guess, a discovery school that was right behind Ms. Gardner's house?
Yes, sir. I am aware of that.
Okay. And this is a private school, right?
That's correct.
And the person paying for this private school was Shanna Gardner, correct?
I believe it was coming from the trust.
But ultimately, she's paying for it, right?
I mean, ultimately, Marty Fernandez was paying for it.
Let me rephrase that. Mr. Brightigan was not paying for it, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So now, and are you aware that that was ultimately resolved in August of 2019, where?
All right, guys, we'll see you on the next one. This case is not what we think. That's all I got to say. Join me back. We got much, much more. Let's go get some more interviews. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you.